Robię test w ramach nagrywania. Hej, hej, hej. Raz, dwa, trzy.
Okej, coś wchodzi, dobra. co, musimy przenieść bazę, bo nie słychać, wiesz? Macie teraz to ciemno bardzo tam? Jak to widać? Ty tam będziesz miał swoje misiu taki ten? Grajdołek? Spoko. Seba, ile tam jest? 5600?
Tak, bez zmian.
Lampy są na 5600.
Powiada, dosyć mocno świeci do domu. Jakiś kłopot w kamerze.
Właśnie zaraz zobaczę. Paweł, na ile świecisz? Na ile masz procent? 12. Jeszcze trzeba? Możemy z 10 dać. Macie, zapis gramy normalnie Full HD, nie 4K, nie? Bo nie macie. Tak. Dobra.
Ja bym wykorzystał ten stolik, a może nawet go wystawić przed nim, powinien zagłośniczek.
Jest tu prąd nawet, patrz. Kod do ciebie, nie?
Do tego.
Tam jest lista. O, możliwe.
To jest prawda, że nie pomyśleliśmy o tym mankamencie tego miejsca.
Spoko, zasłonię tutaj będzie. Ale jakby co, to ja tam postawię.
Stolik jest widocznie niezbędny dla bezpieczeństwa.
Nie będzie wchodził w kadr?
Nie, stolik nie. Stolik na pewno nie. Stawiamy go takiego, czy go po prostu tutaj wsadzimy bardziej za sam bilet?
No tylko tyle, żeby ten się mógł zmieścić z kamerą, ale, ale chudy się tak. Czy bazę można gdzieś tam niżej, żeby antena bardziej była, nie?
O, przeszkadzać komuś, to nie może być.
Co? Okej. Uważaj.
No jedno tu.
Musimy znowu dać tam gdzieś, żeby tak, wiesz,
Nie bardzo wygląda.
no, żeby nie było widać tych lampek siedzących.
To mają ten? No to bazę dałem na dół, żeby się tam
Ciemnie?
kopnie.
Stawkę jakąś zastanowioną. Raz. Musi wstać trochę, nie?
Tak wygląda jakby wstał.
O, słyszycie mnie teraz? Dobra, tak, idę do ciebie zobaczyć. Czy jeszcze coś balansujecie sobie, sprawdzacie? To jest światło na czas wykonu tutaj. Sebuś, zapal tak, żebyśmy mieli tutaj, jak będzie na przykład.
one dropped out.
Okay, that's never mind.
I can say 60 plus.
And how many different
Where's the closest
talks?
toilets?
It
On
should be
the way to the
49 or
organizer's room,
50.
there's a toilet to the right side.
Okay, so here's that.
Passages. No,
I
no,
can
no, no.
I can
I'm
double
lying.
check, but we ended up changing a few things at the last minute. And
It's okay, it doesn't really matter to be precise.
I think Evelina put some general numbers in there.
Yes, because really general, and said 60 speakers for 50 talks instead of 50 speakers for talks.
What's the best?
Few sessions. A few speakers are in 2 sessions.
When do you want to give that to the speakers?
After each session.
MC will give them after the session. Then I guess
going
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something.
yeah. First of all, let's check that everything is. I think once we start, like to do one or two, and it should just
Yes.
get in the groove.
Guess I'll go back upstairs, see what's going on. I think Marcel already knows, but maybe you can make sure that he does know about lightning talks. You know, that we'll get the speakers here together, then they'll get mic'd up before the three sessions,
Yeah,
and then they'll
but
just be in the first row and they can just switch because there are no breaks in between.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Rob did like the super detailed presentation yesterday, so
I saw some of it, but not
yeah.
everything.
No. He was informed. He also knows that no lightning speaker leaves. Like they wait until the three lightning sessions are done, and then they come back on stage to get the gifts. So
I'll go upstairs and print out the workshop list.
okay, great.
At least we got the computer password.
trójkę będę miał w pogotowiu.
So look at here.
Okay. Yeah.
You have it here,
There.
there, and there.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
whichever you choose.
Because we need to know who has to say blah 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 stuff like that because we wrote.
This one is listening to us, so we'll say to everyone, welcome to the WordCamp Europe. We will start soon.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Hello. We've got sound. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to WordCamp Europe. I'm so excited because WordCamp Europe is amazing. I've always loved this event by my accent. You probably can guess I'm from America. I'm from Arizona. Hopefully I'll see some of you this August. You could talk to me about that later. But WordCamp Europe has always been one of my favorite events because I love the energy and the passion from Europeans. I've always thought I'm an honorary European because I share that same passion and energy. So thank you. Thank you for always having such a wonderful event. How many people this, oh yeah, let's clap. Give it up for Europeans. How many people here, this is your first time at WordCamp? That's a lot, I like it. Yes, that was a British accent just now, and ask me about that later. I do not apologize for that. I always love asking that question because there's a lot of us who we're WordCamp veterans, and sometimes we need to just like sit with a noob and get a new, fresh perspective. And I love WordCamps. WordPress has changed my life personally. So anytime I meet somebody who's new, I am just so grateful that the project and the community continues to grow. So everybody give it up for the first timers. Whew. So Poland, I'm so excited. I've never been to this country. Thanks for being so welcoming. And how many, this is also your first time to Poland? Okay, there's a lot. Okay, I love it, guys. Okay, well, we're not gonna take up too much of your time because we've got a whole day, a whole weekend planned for you. But I get the honor to welcome everybody. I hope you guys have all the energy. I hope you haven't been already partying too much. There's already been lots of activities. So get ready, get caffeinated, because we've got our wonderful lead organizers who are gonna help kick it off, because you guys have an entire 2 days of amazing sessions and amazing connections. Do not take those for granted. Go up to people, talk to people. And while you're there, let me introduce you to the organizers who are gonna help you catch the vision of why they do this, so then that way you can go and connect and network with everybody in a way that you feel inspired to. So we have Evelina, I don't know where, yes. And we have Francesco and Angelos, who are the 3 lead orgs.
Sound? Do we have sound? We have sound? Good morning, everyone. We just counted them. That's the 14th WordCamp Europe. Slide. Next slide. Witamy w Krakowie. Did I say it correctly? Yes? Yay! So welcome to Kraków. We are happy that all of you are here, and we hope that you enjoyed.
So Rachel already stole our lines because she already asked the questions that we were going to ask. But anyway, we're doing again because we actually know the data, so we know if you are lying or not. So let's do it again. Are there any people who are coming here for the first time and don't want lies this time? Because I know how many you are. Okay. No. Nice. We're very excited that you have you here. Let's make some noise and let's have a very exciting 2 days coming.
But what is WordCamp Europe? What is it all about?
Well, WordCamp Europe is the European WordPress conference. It's a community-organized event about all things related to WordPress and the community around. And this typically means that it's a conference about us, about you, about everything that makes WordPress happen. And that means that it's a community-organized event. So all the organizers, please stand up, by the way, all of you that you are in the room at the moment. All the organizers are volunteers. They have been working so hard to make this event happen during the past months, since almost a year now. And for this reason, let's give them a big applause. Throughout the event, you can find them. You will recognize them because they wear this kind of t-shirt, this color, so you can easily find them.
So, a little bit of numbers. This year we have people coming from 81 different countries, not only from Europe, yeah, but from all the world. We have 81 countries, and this year we sold 42 tickets. So big numbers. And with this number, we have 23 people that is here for 23% people that is here for the first time. So a big applause for these people. And some number from the event. We will have 3 different tracks with the 49 talks and 8 workshops for 60 speakers that will have this talk for us today and tomorrow.
You can see the schedule on the website and choose which track to go. We have different workshops this year. The second track with workshops is downstairs. So make sure to check the schedule before heading to the workshops.
Okay, also, more than 100 volunteers have joined the event to help us make it happen. So if you need any help during the event, you can look out for the people in the red shirts, these ones. They're exactly the same as this, but different colors. So if you have any question, you can go directly to them and ask them. They will assist you.
Food and drinks will be served on all the floors. And there will be coffee in the breaks and really great Polish food. So thank you to the local team for arranging all the catering and working on that the whole year.
Okay, let's take a moment to talk about our sponsors. We know budget can be tight, but we are so pleased that we were able to retain the price of WordCamp Europe to €50 because of all the support we have from the sponsors. So this is an excellent value and has been possible only with their support. So let's take a look at them.
So first, our super admin sponsors, Pressable, WordPress.com, and Salesforce.
A big thanks to our admin sponsor too, Elementor, Jetpack, Google, Partners.one, PayPal, RankMath, SiteGround, Wiglot, Who, and WP Rocket.
And the editor ones, Automatic for Agencies, Omnisend, Bluehost, Pantheon, Hostinger, Patchstack, Kinsta, and Yoast.
And also a special thanks to our author level sponsors. Please, big applause. And to our Small Business Plus sponsors. And to our small business sponsors. To our subscriber sponsor as well. Yeah, we have to thank all sponsors.
And for first year, to the WordPress.org education student sponsors. And also, of course, to the coffee station sponsor, because we really need that.
Okay, some useful information. These are the credentials for the Wi-Fi. If you want to log in, use this SSID and this password, and please use it wisely. We are 2,500 people here, so please no overload it with torrent downloads, movies, streaming, and so on. Just use it for essential, jobs that we need to do.
So share everything in social media, make it look colorful, and use the hashtag for WordCamp so we can find it later.
So, thank you very much for being here, and let's begin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get started.
Hello. Well, guys, we have the keynote starting here in just a few minutes, so to stick around for that if you like. Okay.
Jedynka, 1, 2, 3 jest włączone.
Just put them down. You don't need them here.
I will left here 2 microphones for them. Yeah, maybe for, I don't know,
Or a backup or something.
for backup. Only these 2, but they are still in use.
Laptop ide na ovo, ne smete nam.
Hello. Good morning again. For anybody just entering into the room, I'm Raquel, and I'm going to MC this track just for the morning. And we're going to get started with our keynote speaker. Oh, there you, I see you. I was just thinking about you because I know you keynote here, you MC in the afternoon. Yes, anyway, you guys got quiet super fast. Really appreciate that. So if you were here for opening remarks, there was a lot of instruction on how the weekend works. There was also some data of who's here, so I won't ask those questions again. But we're really excited for this morning's keynote because it's a big deal. And we all know that there's a lot of big deals happening right now in our space. So I'm going to get right to it and introduce our keynote. So we have Two Worlds Collide, WordPress at CERN. And our speakers, we got a double pack this morning. We have Joachim and Francisco, and they're going to get up and take care of us this morning. You guys could come on up. Yep. Everybody, give them a big welcome.
Hello. Hello, hello. All right, well, thank you all very much for having us. My name is Joachim. I'm the web manager at CERN. I'm joined here on stage today by my colleague Francisco, who's in charge of our WordPress infrastructure at CERN. Before we get started, I would like to note that the names that you see here are the ones that have made WordPress at CERN a reality. So a genuine thank you from Francisco and myself. Thank you. First things first, what is CERN? And I think maybe we could do a quick show of hands. How many of you have heard about CERN before? That's a very good showing. We should tell our colleagues in HR. This is great. Thank you, guys. So for those of you who may not know about CERN, we are the European Laboratory for Particle Physics. We are located on the French-Swiss border just outside Geneva. And we are a community of about 17,000 people. We are from 110 different nationalities. And we do work at the edge of science. We're really trying very hard, all of us, to push the frontier of human knowledge. And we do this by looking at, can we try to understand the most fundamental laws that govern our universe? And in order to do this work, we operate a large accelerator complex, the one you see outlined on the slide behind us. That includes, of course, the Large Hadron Collider, some of you may have heard about. Inside this complex, we take particles, we accelerate them around and around and around, close to the speed of light. We then collide them at designated collision points, and we study what happens at these collisions. In this very moment that the collisions occur, we are, in effect, recreating the conditions right after the Big Bang. And doing studying and working in this area allows us to chip away at questions such as, what is the universe made of? How did the universe begin? And obviously, to do this type of work, it's not exactly like we can go down to our local hardware shop and get equipment. So we have to do a lot of research and development ourselves, and we do this primarily across 3 key areas: accelerators, detectors, and computing. Now, for the purpose of this talk, we'll be focusing on computing, because in many ways, and I think actually quite literally, we are sitting here today because the World Wide Web was invented at CERN some 30-odd years ago. And of course, since then, things have grown quite a bit, both at CERN and outside of CERN. And starting with something very simple, back in August of '91, just at CERN alone, thousands of websites have followed. As you all well know, we got hundreds of millions and hundreds of millions of websites outside of CERN as well. Of course, development has continued since things looked like this. In 2006, this was what our front page looked like. A few years later, CERN adopted our first content management system back in 2010, which was Drupal. Another few years later, we acquired the top-level domain .cern, and the following year, we launched our flagship website, home.cern. Now, at this stage, and another 10 years to get to today, we are looking at about 30 years of websites at CERN. Anyone at CERN has been able to create a website for any reason throughout this period of time. And as you can imagine, when we take a look at the broader web landscape at CERN, which we had to do a few years ago, we realized that things got a little bit messy. We had just about any imaginable website running any imaginable stack, serving any imaginable audience, of course, with their own unique requirements, whether that be a website for a massive collaboration that needed to connect thousands of scientists, whether it's our kayaking club that needs to collect membership fees, whether it's HR needing to connect various subsystems and show it to candidates, etc., etc., etc. I mean, even buildings at CERN, well, some buildings at CERN have their own websites. So we really have websites for everything. And the truth of the matter is, and Francisco can contest to this as well, is that while each individual website was built with great care and passion, when you zoom out, you also realize that a certain website is not one specific thing. It can really take a lot of different shapes, which of course, from a security perspective and from a maintenance perspective, begins to raise a few concerns. It was very, very expensive for us to run and just maintain status quo. Just keeping things online began to prove a challenge. And of course, people using and coming in, joining CERN, having to assume ownership of a website that may be 14 years old, that they have not built, they have not been engaged with, is also very difficult. So we were starting to see some issues. And the thing about websites, which all of you, I'm sure, are well aware, is that they are the first thing that meet anyone interested in what it is that you do. At CERN, we have a large amount of stakeholders of all different levels in all different member state countries and abroad that engage with our websites at one point or the other. So it's very, very important for us, not just for the individual user, but for the broader communication strategy, how we present ourselves to the world, that websites work and they're nice. And figure out, now 30 years in, how are websites actually used at CERN? What is a CERN website? We needed to try to figure out also what is the life cycle of a website. I mean, from creation to management to eventual decommission, what is that looking like? And then quite clearly, Francisco and myself and our teams, we needed to take a look at what are we actually offering, and can we streamline these services. But above all, and I think the picture in the prior slide gave it away, we needed a bit of governance. So we actually started with governance, and we took a look at what we have, and we designed what we described as a tiered federated governance structure. What it really means is that we have different bodies that have different areas of responsibility, but a key component of our governance structure has been what we call web representatives. You can think of them as focal points or ambassadors throughout the organization, because what we saw, and Francisco and myself got the brunt of it, is that everyone has different requirements. So we may be contacted by theoretical physicists, we may be contacted by firefighters, mechanical engineers, you name it. But everyone has different requirements, everyone has different issues, and quite problematically for us, sometimes because people have different degrees of technical understanding, we were also speaking different languages. So support and management became very, very difficult. The web representatives sit right in the middle of this, ensuring a clear line of communication between us and their individual communities throughout CERN. Established this governance structure. Once we had the web representatives assigned throughout the organization, we took the next step. We decided to do two separate work packages, but they're very much related. We started by looking at our top 800 websites. These were all Drupal websites. How are they actually used? What is the ecosystem? What are they looking like? What's behind the scenes? What are users seeing? Etc., etc. And we try to categorize what are the actual requirements for a website at CERN based on the ones that already exist. In parallel with this, and using the insights from the audit, we were doing a feasibility study where we looked at not just Drupal and not just WordPress, but we'll try to understand what options do we have as an organization for a content management system that fits our needs. So over the course of approximately 6 months, we worked with 5 industry-leading content management systems. We rebuilt representative websites using the requirements that we had identified. You see 14 of them listed here. And we ranked each content management system based on our experience in building the websites that we had identified as being representative. And as is quite clear here, WordPress came out on top. Now, of course, I should note that if you are an organization, an enterprise, and you have a similar chaotic web landscape as we had, you would need to go through and identify your own requirements, figure out what is important for you and for your community. In our case, for CERN, WordPress was the most attractive offering, and so having conducted this feasibility study, having conducted the audit, we are now also actually the first step in a concrete action plan to change the web landscape at CERN. We had now rethought our tool set. We had reached the conclusion that Drupal was no longer the right choice for CERN. We needed to move to WordPress. We then need to think about our service model, what that looks like, what changes we may need to make, and then of course, how do we actually provide a WordPress platform for all of our colleagues at CERN. This, my colleague Francisco will walk you through.
Thanks. Okay, so like my colleague said, we rethought our tool and we understood that WordPress was the best solution for our needs. But now we needed to understand our service model and change it. So first, let me explain to you what was our original service model. Our original service model could be summarized in 3 focal points. So first, it was open access, meaning anyone in our community can create a website. Second, it was with full responsibility, meaning our website users they were full owners. They could administrate the website and fully change the settings. And finally, we gave them a lot of plugin flexibility. What this means is that any user could install any plugin that they saw fit. And we have some very adventurous users that were even developing their own plugins. That was something. Okay, so in the light of reviewing, we acknowledged and accepted that we wanted to keep this open access. We wanted everyone in the community to still be able to create new websites. However, we wanted to review the full responsibility and the plugin flexibility. To say this in different words, what we had were users that were both content creators and website administrators. And we wanted to change that. We wanted to have our users focus on what is really important to them, which is content creation, and leave the administrative part to us. So let me illustrate this with an example. We have a team that wants their website to be translated. In the past, or rather in the original model, what they would do would be to go, maybe search for a plugin, maybe 2 or 3, install them all, and in the process, even potentially breaking the website, which would be a very undesirable experience, and on top of that, users potentially would even leave some plugins behind, installed, enabled, and not necessarily have the experience they wanted. So how does it look now? Well, with the change of the model, what we wanted is that the user requests to have the translation feature. They ask this to us, and we look for the best solution for their needs. So in summary, what we're doing is a change of, let's say, responsibilities. While before users had to install plugins, now what they will do is reach out to us and say, we would like to have this feature. In the past, they were also modifying code. We wanted them to, again, not be code developers. They just should be content creators. So they reach out to us and say, we want new features. And in the past, users were also responsible for updating their plugins and their versions. Now, they should not need to do anything. So you might be wondering, okay, so you want to change this model service, but how will it look behind the scenes on a more technical level? Our answer was to create what we call the CERN WordPress distribution. This is a monorepo that has a full package for the whole community. So you'll see here on the top, we have the CERN theme, where we set a look and feel that is consistent for the whole organization. We give them a set of features. All these features are provided by a vetted plugin, so a list of vetted plugins that we analyze and configure on their behalf. And as you know, WordPress is very popular, including among hackers, so we had to do some security hardening. And finally, we also set up some settings that are per instance and some extra packages to help with supporting our users. For the ones of you that have to manage similar contexts of WordPress and all these packages, you know this is not an easy task. So for this, we use very popular and established tools. We leverage Composer to manage our theme and the plugins and all the underlying libraries. And the whole container image is automated, or we generate it with the automatic pipelines with GitLab CI. As well, we do this for testing and validation. So with this, I think we can say that we are able, or we've been able to change our service model, and on top of that also handle the technical aspects that come with it. But we still have another big challenge on our hands. So now we want to use WordPress, we need a WordPress platform. How will we do this? We started with a motto. we wanted anyone at CERN to be able to create a WordPress instance regardless of their technical skills. So how did we start? We started with a UI, with a simple UI. At CERN, we have what is known as the Web Services Portal, where anyone can just go and in a matter of a few clicks have a website created. And once they create their website, they see something like this. Again, because our users may or may not be technical, but the point is that they shouldn't be technical, we only ask a very simple input from them. Particularly, I would like to highlight these values over here. For the ones of you that are familiar with WordPress, you'll see something that is already familiar here. So we have one field which is called the CERN WordPress version, which currently in this example is 6.9.4. This is actually our WordPress version that we're running behind. And the -5 is basically, let's say, our internal package for our distribution. And then we have a second set of fields, and these fields actually can be changed by the user, namely the host name, so the URL that they want to use, as well some configurations regarding visibility of the website, so internet or authentication, because our users have websites, like Joachim explained, for very different needs, and some of these websites are purely internal, so they might just want to have the website fully behind authentication. So you might be wondering, okay, so we already see where the users will be interacting with this new platform, but where will it actually run? At CERN, we have our own data centers. Yes, don't worry. We had computing needs for a very long while. This picture was taken in 1998. And our computing needs have evolved quite a bit since then. This is how it looks now today. So our data centers look modern. But they have a very interesting quirk to it. So our data centers are created, or we run them with the sole purpose of supporting science. And our computing needs have been growing with the last few years. So actually last year we inaugurated our second data center in preparation for the high luminosity LHC particle accelerator. And just to give you a bit of context of data handling, on our first data center we store over 1 exabyte of storage. That's more than 1 million terabytes of storage. It's quite a lot of computing need. Okay, so you get it. We have our own data centers, meaning we have to host it ourselves. So you might be wondering, how did you do it? We could have used bare metal servers, we could have used virtual machines, managed everything with Ansible, Puppet. The list of options is quite high, but we wanted something that would be modern and focused on container orchestration. So what was our choice? Kubernetes. So, okay, you chose Kubernetes. So how did you actually deploy everything? Well, we just provision a Kubernetes cluster, put WordPress on it, and we're done. Well, if you agreed with me, you're probably at the start of this graph on the Dunning-Kruger effect, where you're very optimistic and maybe not aware of what the task that you have at hand. We kind of were too. So Kubernetes is a very powerful tool, but just like WordPress, it needs to, and it should be extended to be used exactly how you need. And this is exactly what we did. So what did we do? We developed our own internal tool that basically automates and manages everything. This tool would actually be the heart of our operations, and let's say our full automation tool. We called it the WordPress operator. So you might be wondering now, how does this WordPress operator work? Very simply, just this. It receives a YAML. The YAML is basically a description of what you want from the website, URL, authentication, etc. This component, this automation component, picks up this YAML, goes to Kubernetes, and creates all the necessary Kubernetes stuff. So for the YAML, how did we convince users to write YAMLs on our behalf? Well, we kind of did it with our portal, so it's nicely masked. They're already doing this without even knowing. For the WordPress operator, we leverage what is called the Operator SDK. So this is a software development kit for automation in the context of Kubernetes. And for Kubernetes itself, and again, without going too much into detail, we basically have a namespace per each website where we generate all the necessary Kubernetes resources to run the website. What does the final flow look on our platform? Well, our user goes to the web services portal, they say the URL that they want, they make a request, it goes to some magical place, then a URL becomes available, and their website is running. That's true. How does it look? How does it look behind the scenes? So behind the scenes, this request generates this YAML. Our operator, which is our automation tool, picks it up, goes to a specific namespace, creates all these necessary resources that the user doesn't really care of, including Nginx, WordPress, etc., all in a nice container, and basically the website is up and running. So what was our, let's say, conclusion from our platform is that we got speed. So the flow that you just saw here takes roughly 1 minute. So that's the amount of time it takes from the click to provisioning a database, storage, and have the website up and running. We got scale. So the service is up and running for roughly a year now, and we have over 500 websites since, all magically created. There was no human or interaction here. And finally, because we work at scale, optimization was really important. So just to give you a bit of a sense of how we're using and computing resources, each website uses on average half a CPU and 150 megabytes of memory. We find it nice and low. While for storage, it really varies on the use cases. It can go from megabytes to gigabytes. And lastly, because we have to host many websites with different needs, robustness was also important. And as an example, we are able to deliver in this infrastructure websites with a lot of need, with over 1,000 requests per minute and more than 300,000 monthly visitor averages, average users. Okay, so this is great. We have been able to, with this, conclude that we have provisioned a nice WordPress platform, and we're done. This is all good, and we can go to the next one. Not quite. There's still one last task in our hands, which is a very big one, moving all our websites to WordPress. Joachim, can you tell us about that?
I sure can. Right, so that's the big item, because now we had the system in place, we had the service, we had the infrastructure, but we still had all our websites in Drupal and other services as well. So we needed to migrate our websites to WordPress, and we realized, and speaking with some of you as well, this is one of those things that can often be very, very daunting, to go from one content management system or any system to a content management system. At CERN alone, just looking at Drupal, we had almost 200,000 individual nodes, not including translation, so quite a bit higher than that, more than 500,000 files. And of course, these are just numbers on a screen, but what's important to remember is that each of these nodes represent sometimes quite a lot of work from an individual, whether it's a new exciting physics result that is presented in a website, whether it's important information announced to the entire organization. So each node really is important to their owner and those that need it. But at the same time, we are at a scale here where clearly we cannot do this manually. We have to automate the migration process. And we had some requirements and indeed some challenges here, because ultimately, of course, we need to make sure that whatever we move, we have to move everything. Content, images, files, the whole shebang, it has to be moved. And we need to do so transparently, so that users and ourselves can verify that everything has been moved. We also expect, and then indeed this has been the case, that for some websites we may need to run this tool more than once. There may be something to fix, something to tweak that requires us to rerun it. And obviously we need to be able to do that, and we need to also be able to count on our tool each time it runs. It has to be deterministic. Of course, we also have the fact, and as we have alluded to before, we have decades of bespoke customization throughout our sites that we also need to accommodate. So there's quite a few things to factor in here, and once this is done and the website has been migrated, the owners of the website will of course also need to review the website, let us know if everything is okay, give the green light to go live on WordPress and be automatically switched over. Of course, all of this should happen seamlessly and without any downtime, without impacting their existing websites. So There's many ways to do this, and at CERN we tried a few things, we experimented a little bit, but ultimately we ended up with a quite simple process. We can really boil it down to 4 steps. We focus on extracting the primitives, think paragraphs, headings, images, etc. We pull those out of, for instance, the Drupal database of a given site. We serialize these, map them to intermediate objects that we can then map directly to Gutenberg blocks. In mapping them to Gutenberg blocks, we also build up the page or the post in WordPress that is then just posted to the website. This means that for any given website, we can automatically migrate it running just a single command, specifying the Drupal source and the WordPress target. For most websites, this takes a couple of minutes. For bigger websites, of course, it takes a little while longer to run, but there's no human input, which is really the key thing here. Of course, as we're speaking now, the migration is ongoing. We've scheduled that to complete the end of this month. And once we get a little further ahead, and I'll get back to this later, we'll also be open sourcing our tool here in case any one of you might be interested in doing something similar. Thank you. And we are very happy to share that as of today, our main flagship website, home.cern, is now served in WordPress. It's been automatically migrated and it's live. Awesome. And just to wrap up, to give you guys our first impressions running WordPress at scale, the way that we do it, overwhelmingly very, very positive. Our users have been very happy, the ones that have had the websites moved, the ones that have built something from scratch in WordPress. They find it easy to use, they find it intuitive, it's fast. On our side, we have seen some very easy wins when it comes to responsiveness, to accessibility. And as Francisco has already explained, we also see some very nice, robust, performant websites. In the coming months, we'll be wrapping up the migration. We will be developing and expanding our CERN WordPress theme, which is still in a work in progress. We will be open sourcing our tools, starting with the migration pipeline, and others will be following. We will, of course, be expanding and supporting more functionality, service integrations, and so on and so forth. Eventually, of course, we also aim to be decommissioning Drupal entirely towards the end of, by the end of this year. And of course, many other things to come. So, thank you all very much. Francisco, Lucy, and Oliver, who's in the audience, and myself will be at the community booth. Additionally, our colleague Akansha will be giving a talk later this afternoon from the end-user perspective of actually using the service that we have now introduced you to, and we encourage you to go check out her talk as well. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have some speaker gifts for you.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you.
So they won't do Q&A here, they'll do Q&A at the community booth. So
Yes.
thank you guys.
Thank you.
Worries.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello? Oh, yay. Hi, everybody. How you doing? Okay, good. We got one. We got one woo. Do we have any other woos? Yay. Aw. Okay, well, I'm so happy to see you here. We're continuing on with our sessions. This is session 2 in track 1. Obviously, I hope you know where you're at. But I get the privilege and the honor to introduce our next speaker to you. But before we do that, I hope everybody is clear and confident about how they're going about the day. You all know that volunteers have red shirts, right? And if you need any help, go ask them. Hopefully they can direct you what you need. There is lots of coffee and snacks, and I hope you feel full and satiated all day long. After this session, I think there is another break before we go into another session until lunch. We don't break until lunch until then. But I think we're good to start our next speaker. So I was going to give a little different intro, talk about how I met Wendy. Was Athens, WordCamp Europe 2023. How many were there? Yeah, oh, that's right, you guys were there. And I tweeted out, if anyone wants to meet me for breakfast, I'm at this location. And Wendy showed up, and that is how we met. And I thought that was special. So that was just a little short story to start the day. And yeah, so our next session is Wendy, and it is how to not fail when expanding globally. So everybody give it up for Wendy.
It's so cool. All right. In 2010, I got fired, lost my job, and I decided not to go find another job, but start a web shop selling this. Does anybody know what this is? Okay, that explains what happened to my web shop. It failed, like, enormously. So nobody knows what this is. Also, pictures don't do it justice. It is called a cobblestone. It is like a stress ball, but made of natural materials. I set up the web shop. I felt amazing. I mean, the pictures were amazing, in my view. The web shop was amazing. I had a packing station at my house. I had wrapping paper, I had envelopes, I had boxes. I was ready to sell, ready to send. Nothing happened. Like, literally, nothing happened. However, I did not succeed as a web shop owner, failed miserably, quite fast actually, but I did learn one thing, and that was that I really liked building websites. Where am I pointing to? Ah, look, this is me. 15 years later, I build websites, a lot of them with using WordPress as a singlepreneur for years. And currently, I'm working at Clonable as a support and success person. And Clonable is a translation service, hence my talk, expanding globally. I also have a company, it's my passion project. It's called De Liefdesdokter, which in Dutch translates to The Love Doctor in English. And it is a company where we focus on teaching relationship skills. So we currently have big projects around friendship, but also about how do you work well with colleagues and stuff like that. So that is what I do day to day. This is my Love Doctor outfit you see in the picture. Yeah, let's get into it. The first thing I want to say is everybody drops the ball sometime. This is the image that it says. I am very good at failing. I also want to say everybody has the option to fail. There is no guarantee to not fail. So my title has been a bit kind of a twist. In this talk, I don't want to focus on the failing part, but I want to focus on the what can you do to actually, I'm going to move to the middle of the stage. What can you do to optimize for success when you are looking to expand globally? I have some tips, I have some tricks, but before we dive in, let's start with some numbers. I'm talking about web shops. This talk is specifically for web shop owners, but also for agencies who help web shop owners. Are there any people in the room that either have a web shop or help web shop owners succeed with a web shop? Cool, good, good. Pay attention. The next 3 slides are helpful information for you. The rest is as well, but the next 3 slides are informative. All right, so I checked on the website of the European Commission, and it says that 99% of all businesses in Europe, in the EU, are small businesses. And small businesses is businesses with a maximum of 49 employees. That means 32 million businesses in Europe, in the EU, are small businesses. And of those 32 million, 80 million are singlepreneurs or self-employed. That is a lot of people, a lot of businesses, also generating a lot of money. 21% of these small businesses sell online. So 21% of the 32 million sell online. Out of those 21%, 7 to 11% sell across borders. So they sell to more than one country. And those 7 to 11%, which is about 500 to 800,000 businesses, generate 275 billion euros per year selling their stuff. Again, lots of money, lots of shopping. All right, so what does this mean for you? Because these people are clearly already doing what they're doing and making money. Out of the other group that is not selling online, 82% recognize there is an opportunity to sell online outside of their own country. But 70% of them say they lack the confidence to get started doing that. And that is where you, helpers of small businesses, step in. Because with AI, people are saying you can get everything done with AI. What is your role as an agency or a marketing agency? It is to help people get clarity on what they are actually doing. So the 70% for the people in the room gives us 3.5 million businesses that would be benefited with your services. 3.5. If we count the people in the room and we divide 3.5 by the people in the room, this is a lot of work. This is a lot of business. So this is the opportunity there is within the EU. This is not globally, this is within the EU. So what can you do? I want to introduce Lindy. Lindy is one of our customers at Clonable, and she started her business. She is a self-made young woman, as you can see, and she started her business when she was in college. Her brother had a laser engraving machine, and she made a gift for a friend, engraving something personal in a wine box. And that gift was received extremely well. They kept it, they enjoyed it, and she saw a business opportunity. So she created a business. It's called Personal Surprise, and what it does is she engraves things with personal messages. So, for example, wine glasses or tea glasses, cutting boards, all kinds of stuff you can engrave with personal messages, so you have a personal gift, personal surprise for someone who's near and dear to you. She started out in the Netherlands with a Dutch website, and it worked really well, and she decided to expand to more places. And this is her Dutch website. You can see the little flag in the top corner. And she decided to expand to different areas within Europe. All right, so the next step, I'm going to take you to some tips and tricks Lindy did or might have been good to do. First of all, a disclaimer. Like I said, failure is always an option for everybody. There is no guarantee for success. It is a lot of work, and it's also a little bit of luck and some magical stuff nobody knows. Failure is always an option. Please keep that in mind. I'm not giving any guarantees, but I am going to give you some tips that are going to help you reduce the failure and hopefully increase the success. All right, ready? Still awake? Everybody? Cool. Tip number 1. Be prepared. A new market is a new business. It's not like all the work you did in your first country. You set up your web store, you did all the marketing, you posted blogs, you created social media. All that stuff does not automatically translate to a different region or to a different language. It is a new market. So I have 3 tips regarding be prepared. First of all, figure out your data. Find out what your site is doing. Are people from different countries already visiting your site? Are there already competitors in other countries? Do you know who is selling a similar product like yours in the country you want to expand to? Those are things you can investigate. It is important to know your numbers, know your own numbers, know the numbers from your own website, and also know what the market is doing. This takes time. This is not something you do like within an hour. You can ask AI to help you, but also it takes some time to find the right numbers and find the numbers that are important to you, because not all the numbers are going to matter to you. Once you have the numbers, create a plan. It is, I was going to say that simple, but it actually is that simple. When you have the numbers and you know what's going on and you know where to expand to, or you have decided what country you're going to expand to or which countries you're going to expand to, create a plan. Understand what you need to do to get your business up and running in that region, in that language. Get the marketing right, get the numbers right, set a realistic goal, set a timely goal, of course, SMART goals, everybody knows I'm super bad at them, but it is helpful to write them down and make sure you understand what you are doing and that you have a plan on how to move this forward. Because again, it is not going to happen magically. All right. Once you have the plan and you have the numbers and you are ready to go, be aware that this is not a quick fix. This is not something that is, you turn it on and magically it works. It is a process. It may start off as a project, a side thing, but in the end, it's going to be a process. So it needs to be embedded in your workflow. You need to have the people, the time, the money, the investment to do the thing right. So make sure you embed it in your day-to-day workflow. Are we clear so far? Yeah? Cool. All right. Moving on. Internationalization. I practiced this word so many times to get it right for you. Internationalization is not the same as translation. I know translation tools say, turn it on, and it magically translates everything, and you are good to go in a new market. How I wish it would be true. Unfortunately, it is not. I forgot one thing in my previous things. Can I go back? Yeah, I can. I forgot to circle back to Lindy because Lindy did this, but she did this for several markets. So she did this for both German, French, and Spanish. But the last step of the process was not embedded well enough. So she ran into some issues. Setting up the languages for multiple regions. Moving on. Internationalization is not the same as translation. This is something I see a lot of times go wrong. People think they turn on the translation tool, whatever tool they use, and it is magically fixed. Unfortunately, it is not. What needs to be translated? Is the website the only thing that needs to be translated? Or if you have a web shop, you also have a login feature? Is there a account page that needs to be translated? Are there emails? Are there invoices? Are there system emails? Are there, I don't know, there are so many things that are outside of the standard front page of the website that also need to be translated. Write them down, create a list so that you have good insight of all the things that need to be translated, because it is super annoying. I don't know if you have this experience. It is super annoying to work on a website, turn on the thing, and then realize when the first order comes in, you're super happy, and you realize their email is in a different language than the site they ordered the product on. Also, it eliminates the trust people have in your website. A new language is also building up trust. The people in your original country, they know you, they know your product, that's how you became successful. The people in your new country, they don't know you. So if you are sending mixed messages and everything is not in order, it can confuse people and it will decrease the trust they have in you. So make sure that you know everything that needs to be translated. And this is, again, something as agencies where you can help your customers with. Create a list, make a checkbox. All right. Also, details matter. Different countries, different languages, have different, for example, currencies, payment methods, the way they describe sizes, the way they use fields. I have an example of this, personal example. It's my name, my last name. It is a Dutch last name, Huis in het Veld. It is with the empty spaces and also with the apostrophe in front of the T. I was checking in my Ryanair check-in thing earlier this week, and their form doesn't accept the apostrophe, which for a flight service, a form is a serious problem, because that means my name on my form and on my passport are not the same. It's a tiny little thing, but it can make a big difference. So, also, address fields. A lot of people with web shops make address fields use a certain set way of how they are set up. But if you are sending to different countries, the setup of the address field could be different. For example, the English one and the Dutch one. Mr. Person and Mrs. Person are both living in a standard street in the UK and in the Netherlands. But as you can see, the order of the items and the way their items are written are completely different. All right, and then the most important thing, human. We are all human. So you got the technicalities right, you got the details right, and then you turn on the translation, and it translates it okay. But there is always a human twist in language. It's not only language, it is also words and fun and tone of voice, and there are so many things that can go wrong when you only look at translations. The thing that is most likely to get lost in translation is humor, jokes. It is really weird if you have a joke in a language and it translates in a different language, completely weird. One of the biggest examples I could find on the internet was Ford, who said they had an amazing body for their cars, And in Dutch, it translated to an amazing corpse for your car, which might not be exactly what you are looking for when you are buying a car. So if you are turning the translation on, be aware that human reviewing is added value. So be aware of that. Make sure that your customer or that you as the webshop owner finds a person who is native in the language you are translating to make sure that it matches well. All right. I am limited on time, so I am going to move on immediately to unsexy practicalities. There is also shit you just need to take care of. If you don't take care of, it is gonna cost you a lot of money. It's not interesting, it's not fun, it is nothing exciting about it, nothing sexy, but if you don't do it right, it will cost you a lot of money. First things, legal stuff. Insurance, terms and conditions. There are rules for terms and conditions in every country, and even though we are in the EU, not every country has the same rules. So you need to do your thorough investigation on what the rules are in the country you're expanding to make sure that you are doing it correctly. Also insurance, especially if you're shipping physical products, things need to be insured. And then you have taxes. Yes, lovely topic. I'm not going to go into that, but it is also something that you need to be aware of and that you need to take care of before it makes you fail your business. All right, another thing that you need to take care of, we are in the EU, GDPR is a thing. What do you do with the data? Where do you store it? How do you write about it? Is it in your terms and conditions? And then finally, one thing that is also very important to take care of, practicalities. How are you going to ship stuff? Especially if you have physical stuff, how are you going to ship it to the other place? And also, if people want to send it back, how is that going to go? Are you going to go and open a warehouse in a different country? Are you going to make them send it to your original warehouse in your original country? It is not magical, interesting stuff, but it is something you need to think about and you need to take care of. And again, as an agency, this is something where you can help your customer work out what they need to do and what they need to take care of before going the next step. I also want to say that I'm going to wrap it up. Expanding globally is interesting, especially if you have a small web shop with a very niche product. The point that you're going to run out of customers in your original country is going to come faster than you think, and it is going to come faster than you as an agency think. So there is a lot of room for growth. As we saw in the numbers in the beginning, there is a lot of room for growth internationally. The thing is, it does help to get it right. Start with the numbers. Make sure you investigate what you're doing. Make sure you set up a plan. You give yourself time. As an agency, also prepare your customers for potential globalization. Languages don't all have the same length of words. For example, English and Finnish. I've been looking at Finnish websites a lot recently. Finnish uses very long words with a lot of letters. If your button is like super small and with a fixed width, a Finnish send option is not going to fit in. You can help people. You, agencies in this room, you're not AI. You are the human touch. You can help other humans find a great way to expand their business beyond their biggest imagination, but you do need to spend some time and take care of them. And also, one thing that is important to keep in mind, be patient. It is not going to magically happen like you turn it on and it is done. So, to wrap up my wrap-up, be patient, help people expand, use the numbers you can find, make a plan, and execute consistently. It is a process, not a project. And then, lovely people, the money will start flowing in. All right, there is a lot of potential. There is a lot of money. This is a win-win for both webshop owners and agencies. So I am really hoping that you and them and we, because also as a webshop buyer, I love finding new products that I cannot find anywhere in the world because someone set up an international web store. There is a lot of potential. There is a lot of money to be earned. I created a checklist because I know I forgot like a bunch of tips. I also just skipped over them really fast without clear examples because 30 minutes is only 30 minutes. So I created a checklist with the important things I mentioned briefly. You can download it for free. It will take you directly to the PDF. And if you have any questions, I will be around. I will be at the community booth. I think I might have like 2 minutes for questions if anybody has one. I'm looking at the people over there. 1 minute. If anybody has a question, feel free to ask it now or come and meet me at the community booth. Okay, so the question is, am I going to start a new web shop myself? Well,
an international one.
I'm tempted, but if I do so, I will actually follow my own process and create a plan and set up a good, well-running web shop in Dutch first, and then expand internationally, because I am pretty sure, and I've seen it since I started working at Clonable, I mean, internationalization. It looks easy, but it never is as easy as it looks. And you need to invest time and money and people and all the stuff to get it, to do it right. And I want to do it, if I am going to do it, I want to do it right, so.
Do you already have a product?
I might circle back to my first slide and relaunch my old product. Yeah, but no, I don't have a new product yet. All right, I think this is it. Thank you so much.
Give it up for Wendy. Thank you. This is your gift from us.
Do you want to hug?
Yes. Yes. Thank you, everybody. We have a 15-minute break right now, and stay here or move about and check out another track. So have fun.
show something like actual code. That's why I wanted to use my own computer.
But the pointer will not work.
Yeah, I know. I have my own pointer.
All right.
I just need to. That's why I wanted to set up everything.
So now you can see your signal, and when you're ready, we will put this on the main screen.
Okay, let me just pull that out for a sec. I will come back. I need to check a few more things.
Hello. How's it going? Have we been hopping from track to track? Well, this is the only session going on right now, so welcome. How's everybody doing? Yay! Oh, you're raising your hand. Great. I love it. You guys ever see the YouTube video? He's like, entrepreneur. Have you guys seen that? No? Okay. Entrepreneurs go like this. So I'm just doing that for fun. I'm just kidding. Anyway, I hope everybody is doing so well. We are live on day one of WordCamp Europe 2026, which is just nuts. Time goes by so fast, and I'm always aware of it. But anyway, digressing, we're going to get started with our exclusive session going on at this moment. And that is, do we have it up there? We do. Accessibility in themes, easier than you think. And we have the wonderful Jessica to kick us off. So everybody give Jessica a warm welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Raquel. Accessibility in themes. It sounds boring, it may sound scary, you may be not liking it, but to be honest, I've been there. I know what it's all about. Even if you feel uncomfortable, it's awesome that you're here. So I hope I can share my knowledge with you today that even though it may read scary, it is not that scary as you may think. And yeah, just sharing. Uh-oh. Okay. No, that was way too far. Okay, now we're on. Yeah, so my name is Jessica Lischig. I'm a senior developer at Grade. Goodbye, my slides. I have been with Grade for a couple years, and I also worked on the 2024 default theme, which you may know from me, and would like to have my slides back, if that's possible. I mean, I can wing it or try, but I would like you to see something. Awesome. Okay, let's continue. So as I said, I was the default theme co-lead for 2024, but I also did the Great WP theme, and both of them have the accessibility ready tag in the WordPress.org repository. And so I know from basically two perspectives what it takes to make a theme accessible, and I want to share that with you today. So I will show a few examples of 2024 as well that tie in with some of the requirements. But mostly my work I'm sharing with you is coming from the Great WP theme, because for 2024 there were a lot of contributors that helped with the theme right from the start, also in terms of accessibility. So on the other hand, with the Great WP theme, I was mostly on my own with the help of my colleagues. So that was a totally different perspective that I got from there. So let's clarify what actually accessibility ready means. And it does not mean that the theme meets the WCAG guidelines at AA level. It means that the theme reaches the minimum standards that the theme review team has set. The WCAG guidelines are also the measurements of content accessibility and cannot be applied to a theme. What that means is accessibility is not exclusively done through the theme, but also through the content you put on a website. So all things come together. And of course, if you use other plugins that display something in the front end, they should also be accessible. So there is many layers of how a website can actually be accessible. And there is a new player in the field for accessibility, and that is AI agents. So if you've followed the news or heard of it, or even played with AI agents already, that they love actually accessible websites too, because an AI agent does not visually see a website like you do on a screen, and they actually read the code and try to interact with the website in that way. And if your code is not ready for that, they might struggle. So if you want to go ahead in the future and maybe think about, okay, how can I make my website in a way that AI agents also can access it, then accessibility is actually one of the ways you should look into. So we have the accessibility ready requirements, and they have been updated just in the past month as well. So a big shout out to Amber Hines, Joe Dawson, and Rian Riedfeld, plus the 20 contributors who revisited the entire existing requirements, readjusted them, and even added a few new ones. So thank you for your work on this point. And if you're wondering, where do I actually find these requirements? These are on the, you can find them in the theme handbook, which is the first link, and but they link also to the wpaccessibility.org website. And I've put on a QR code to that website so you can follow along and find even more information, because I'm just limited to about 20 minutes here, so I do not have the time to deep dive into it right now, but you can follow along, find more information there. Okay, one interesting thing, or one thing that you should know, is that classic and block themes are sometimes handled differently when you want to apply the requirements. So you need to do some things differently there, and goodbye my slides again. But I will try to point out every now and then when it's really where you really need to do so. But other than that, the things apply to all kinds of themes. Or do you want to use the other? I have another port here.
Okay, it should work right now.
Yeah, but this is not. This is coming from you. This is.
Okay.
I mean, you can try to work with this as now, if it's easier. If you can, I would take this one.
Okay, let's see.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Speaker's favorite thing, not working slides. All right. Okay, maybe I would just go ahead if we have this. Okay, this works. Okay, let's go. So the skip to content link is one that is fairly invisible if you don't know, but if you by accident ever opened a website and the first thing you did when it was hit the tab button when you're not logged in, I have to say, on a WordPress website, you might have come across this little button here that suddenly appears in the top left corner, and that is the skip to content link. And this is basically that if someone who uses a screen reader comes in, and they may have browsed several sites, if you don't have that, they have to go through the entire header, the entire navigation. Like, you want to fast forward that. And with the skip to content link, you can do so. So here is one of the differences between a block theme and a classic theme. So in classic themes, you have to do that manually. You have to add that to your templates. And for block themes, all you need to do is to put your content, the content block that you have in the site editor, into a group and make that group or assign it the main element under the advanced settings. Then we have the meaningful landmark roles and names. And this is probably one of the more confusing things, I would say, that if you read through the requirements, you're like, okay, what does that actually mean? And if you're going ahead and use header and footer elements as well as main again, then you're already halfway done. So get to know about like the different elements we have right now with HTML5 and assign them correctly if you know what you're actually working with in your theme. And here also for block themes, if you use template parts correctly, this will be done automatically. And if you use classic themes, well, you of course have to manually add the correct tags in your templates. So keyboard navigation support is that you make sure that everything that can be clicked on with a mouse is also accessible purely by keyboard. So that is navigation menus, of course, buttons, forms, anything like that, if you have that on your page. Forms we can, like, in the context of themes, kind of ignore at this point, except for the search form, because you usually don't have forms in your theme. And if you're using core blocks for block themes, you mostly do not have to do anything for that because core actually provides already accessible blocks for you, so it's fairly easy at that point. The next one is controls with accessible names, roles, and states. And this one is also one that sounds what I have to do now. And it is sure to use the right elements, like links and buttons. Because we all know and maybe have experienced that you wanted to use a span as a button and then add just some JavaScript to it. No, this is not the way to do it, because this is not something that is accessible for screen readers or people that use other assistive technologies. Again, here for block themes, just use what there's already in the editor, and of course for classic, do the work manually by yourself. Now this one, labeled form fields, is, as I just said, when you do the forms, you mostly want to look at the search form when you use in your search template. And this is just for the form field. So the search input field needs a proper label to it. And again, if you use block themes, core handles that for you. It's fairly easy because it's already correctly set up. And in Classic, you just need to really take a look at an existing example that is done right, and then just adjust what you need there. If you want to display the label or maybe even hide the label, you need to hide it correctly. The next one kind of integrates with the content, basically. So headings with meaningful structure means if you create a pattern or a template, don't start with like H3 or H4 as heading structure. So ideally, the title of your page is the H1, and then the first section starts with H2, and then H3, whatever structure you have. So this is the most common thing. And in your templates, you need just to check that you do not have too many templates that are confusing or like wrapping the structure around in the wrong way, so that when people add, especially for block themes, if people add like patterns to it, that you do not create an inaccessible website by default just because they added in the wrong way. It really depends also on the pattern, what you're actually adding. And of course, this also, it is not just 100% your responsibility as a theme author, but also the content creator needs to have a look. But there are tools for that, they know, but make their lives easier by creating the right structure for them. Underlined links and tags is relatively easy because you just need to make sure that when you have your blog post and everything, like the entire content, you usually have a longer form of text, and when there's a link hidden in there, I have to tell you, now that I get older, I very much appreciate it if the links are underlined and not just a slightly different hue of color. And it is relatively easy to do because in CSS it's a one-liner that you can do it with, and it just really makes it a great way to scan the content also for links, even as an abled person. So also to note, it's not just color, bold, or italic that you should use, but actually underlining it. So no ambiguous link text. This sounds like, I don't know what this means, but it's actually, you have seen this probably on a website before. It's like when you have a view of posts, latest posts from the blog, you have these read more or click here is a very often used thing on also content pages, or continue reading, something that is like in that direction. And that basically means to a screen reader, yeah, read more of what? They may have heard the title before, but actually it is hard for people who do not visually can combine the information. Depending on how much information you put in between the title and the read more link, it may be even an excerpt in there, so you can kind of get it, but it's not that easy. In block themes, there is the read more block that does it automatically for you. What happens is there's the link that basically just says read more, but in the background, in the HTML, you have a I think it's a span element, if I remember correctly, where it says it has a class, a screen reader text, I think, with some of the defaults. We will come to that in a second. And then the title of the post is added behind it. So visually, you only see read more, but a screen reader reads read more of my cool blog post. So this is what is helping there if you want to use ambiguous links or link texts. And you can also do this in classic themes. It's basically the same HTML structure at that point. Sufficient color contrast and of text and UI controls. This is a favorite for fighting with designers, to be honest. I did this a lot in the past where, well, if you want to use that or make the website accessible, the contrast ratio has to match a certain number. So there are a lot of tools out there that show that, and I like to use one that is called the 8-grid, and it's basically a website that where you can put in all your colors, so the hex codes of the colors, you put them in, and this website creates this grid for you where you can see what colors actually do match. So of course, the red bubbles you see here, these are do not pass, so they obviously like white on very light white on off-white or something like that. This of course does not work, but you have plenty of there where the contrast matches, and it gives you a very good visual representation to what colors actually match. And you should make sure that when you use colors in your themes, that those you use more focusedly, like having different button colors or different section colors, that they do meet the contrast requirements in this usage. Of course, the user can always make crap out of it and use colors that are not matching in there, but then it's the user's or author's fault in that point, and not so much yours anymore. But this is a very good visual representation of how you can make sure the colors are actually what you need them to do. Then we have alternative text on images and graphics. So this is, you may have heard this one a lot in terms of accessibility, like, yeah, make it an alternative, add an alternative text. So you have this in the media library. For example, if you're using the blog editor, you have it right in the image settings. And I've put in a little example here from the 2024 theme, because this was one of the most or longest discussed things on how to implement these little star icons above the headings correctly so that they are accessible. That was a very long discussion, I have to say, but we finally made it in the end. And in the 2024 theme, this was done by CSS. So it was I think before, so H2, H3 before, and then adding the icon as a background image, if I remember correctly. But we had multiple discussions of, can we use it as image in the pattern or not? And the way we've done it in 2024 theme is a good example of what is it if you have to add images that are, because these stars are not really representing anything useful or something that is important to the content. They are just visual representations. Next, we have something that probably will not really be taken into account only if you use certain demo content and is accessible audio, video, and animations. And the easiest here is to say, just don't use video, maybe, in your patterns or in your templates. It shouldn't be too flashing, too distracting. Can also be paused, sort of controlled. So easiest is to just not use them, so you're not getting in trouble with that requirement. And support for refill, resize, and text spacing changes is, you can test that when you zoom in into your website. So you have your website and then you hit on Mac like Command plus or Control plus on Windows, and then your website gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And the idea here is that if that happens, no matter how much you zoom in into a website, your content should still be like wrapped correctly and be accessible, even if it's this much zoomed in, like 400, 500%. There is a few ways to do this to make sure, like there's a technical deep dive to it, but you can find some good information in the accessibility ready requirements. They give some testing examples where you can like retest your own website with that. Next, we have no unexpected changes of context, and that actually means just if there's something that the user can sort of trigger automatically, just don't let them trigger something automatically, ideally. So the interaction has to come from the user first. The user needs to be able to control, okay, do I want to click on that button or do I not want to click on that button? So if the user, for example, goes forward with keyboard navigation onto a button and then suddenly something changes that he did not initiate, this is a no-go in terms of the accessibility ready requirements. No links opening new windows or tabs without warning. So this is also a very sort of confusing one if you read it for the first time. And this is basically to just make sure that you do not use target blank in your themes or templates and patterns. And, but if you do, then you have to add a bit more. This is a bit of a tricky field, in my opinion, because WordPress itself does not really offer the opportunity to do that correctly. I know that there's a plugin for it, but the easiest way is just do not use target blank. If it's hard-coded in your templates. Especially for classic themes, this applies mostly. Yeah, you can just avoid it. You do not have to perfectly use it as, or use this in your templates. Content on hover or focus is accessible. So this is also one that is wants to make sure that when you use something like tooltips or drop-downs or custom popovers, that they are accessible. I've recently had to deal with this sort of thing where it was not this kind of particular thing, but with something like a tooltip. And so that what it means when you have like any of these information icons on your website where you click on and then there's some content describing what this is about. This can be for a form field, this can be for any type of content. You sometimes see that on websites. You need to make sure that if you use some sort of this technology, that this kind of ties in with the one of the earlier ones where that the content is accessible by keyboard. So essentially you will have to need to open whatever it is, a tooltip, a drop-down or whatever, and have it to be able to close it as well, so that the content inside this thing can actually be accessed and read. One of the newer things is to provide an accessibility.txt file. This is a sort of, it's not yet a standard if I remember correctly. It is just sort of giving some information about the theme, how the theme has been tested, and if there's anything that needs to be known about how the accessibility for this theme works. This is a relatively new requirement, but there are examples out there. There's also something linked on the requirement section in that. And also one of the new requirements is must not recommend or require inaccessible plugins. I will be interested to see how this works out for the existing themes, because they will all be retested according to the new requirements. So, so whenever you have to, a lot of themes do that. I have been playing with a few of them recently, and they say, hey, install this plugin here, do this, do that. And it really will be an interesting topic for discussion, how far we can pull this. I'm sure there will be a few people being upset about it. But I think it's probably a good idea to not like force people into things, but maybe like still having maybe there's a gray area where we can work with or around with. I know this will not apply for websites that really need accessibility by default, but it is definitely something interesting to look out in the future. And the last one is the screen reader text supported. This is what I talked about earlier. When you have these classes in your CSS, that can be like screen reader text or SR only or whatever you want to call them. You can also make a note in the accessibility.txt file about these and that they are existing, so anyone can use it. Because, like for example, in the blog editor, you can really use these in the advanced section of most blogs. That you can add like a tiny, or you can add the class and then it's visually hidden. but it's readable by assistive technology. And well, that's it. So, dziękuję, thank you, and yeah, find me around.
Hello. All righty, we've got a speaker gift for you, Jessica.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you'll be at the community table if anyone has questions?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sure there will be plenty, so.
Yeah. So meet her at the community table, and we have another 15-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you.
actually. And that's me. Hi, everybody. Big highs. Did you just say hi, Raquel? Okay, hi. I hope everybody's well. Oh, we got the Brits in the audience. I wonder why. Yes. Supporting our fellow Brit. This should not be said right now, but I'm going to be in the UK all summer long, so I'm so excited, and I just keep pointing it out. But anyway, that's neither here nor there, because we've got another wonderful session for you guys this morning. But it is still the morning. Yes, we got 15 more minutes, and then it is no longer the morning. If you need any help or any questions, find a volunteer. They're in red shirts. In fact, I might see one up there right now, but maybe he's on break. Anyway, they will be able to answer any questions you have, if you have any. There's also, I think, blue shirts for organizers, right? Find anybody in those shirts, and they will help you out if you need anything. But our next session is Human in the Loop Means Something, and it's by the illustrious Tammy Lister. So everybody give it up for Tammy.
Thank you. So hello. First, I'd like to tell you a bit about my own journey. Today, I work leading product at Conversio, where I am empowering customers with commerce and payments. Daily, I use systems that support and enable me to do my work. We use all sorts of technical terms for these, all types of jargon when we're doing our work, but the reality is we need humans to be in the loop and not without us when we're doing this work. And what I'd like to talk about today, I would suggest we've lost our way a little bit when we start using these two letters, which feels a bit like a bingo card when we say them, which is AI, and we remove ourselves from that. So a loop in this talk is a working relationship between a human and an AI system over time. It's not a process diagram. It's not a checkbook or a checkpoint at the start and a checkpoint at the end. It's not a moment of approval. It's a space within which the collaboration happens. Humans and AI each have things that we're really good at. Spoiler. Real collaboration means each does what they're good at and can engage at any point during that. This is only possible if the system is transparent, and without that, the human in the loop is theatre. I'm also sharing this talk as someone who is discovering many of these things in my work, as is everybody. And I don't think I stand here, and I know I don't stand here knowing any of the answers. I think if anyone does think that, then I would suggest potentially we're maybe wrong, thinking that we know those answers. So, I have a couple of questions. How many of you have shipped something with human in the loop written somewhere in the spec? Could you put your hand up, please? Okay, keep your hands up if you could tell me in one sentence what the human in the loop was actually doing in that loop. Okay, so keep them up still if they weren't just at the start or the end of the loop, they were actually collaborating. Okay, there's a couple of hands still up. But what I actually want to share is today, the phrase is everywhere. It's like a PRD spec kind of checkbox requirement. But the gap is exactly where the need for this work needs to happen. Many of us have had this vibe coding experience, or as I often call it, swear coding, because it rapidly spirals into that, or at least it does when I'm doing it. You have an idea, you take that idea into a prompt, everything seems really, really fine, and from there, AI runs it and ends up happening as you deliver your thing, and things kind of spiral from there. What shape this thing kind of ends up resembling is not what you intended or what you have an idea of how you got there. You also, on further inspection, often discover 10 to 1,500 features that you never intended it to actually have, and a total different interface from the one you actually wanted in the first place. But what went wrong in that case? Well, there was no human, or the human had no power, or the loop didn't loop. But let's look at some of those kind of failings of that. So first, the rubber stamp, as I'm kind of going to phrase this. In this case, the human approves but cannot meaningfully review. The volume is too high, the context is too thin. One of the examples I'd say of this is if you've been doing developing and you're looking at a request queue, and AI has kind of given you this queue of like reviews and all these kind of PRs. If you are facing with maybe 40 or 50 PRs that it's saying, green check, everything good, you can't humanly go through that. So you're just going to go, yeah, I'm a human, check, check, it's all good. You're the rubber stamp in that case. But that is the system asking you to be a gate when you really shouldn't be in that case. And you're not being useful, you're just being a rubber stamp. So in the case of decoration, the human is added too late to the system designed without them. You're in a place where you don't get to change the outcome. And every product has done this. A good example is a chatbot that will answer questions badly, or the customer escalates. We've all had that talk to a human button. You know, you start with the prompt and you feel everything might be good, and then, oh, no, it's not. And it actually 3 buttons deep and menus deep, you actually get to talk to a real human, but then it's not actually a human. The human exists somewhere in that system. Their position in it, though, is decided after the bot, and it was already shipped, so the human is isolated from that system. The system has been designed without them, and they're just an attachment onto it. So in 1983, the cognitive psychologist Bainbridge published a paper called Ironies of Automation. It is 4 pages long. It is almost 40 years old, and it diagnoses what is happening to us right now. Their argument, when you automate most of a system but leave a human responsible for the rest, you actually do not eliminate the human. You make their job harder. So you think you're helping, you think you're doing this, but you're not actually doing this. This is actually what human in the loop looks like in most product work today. The human is there in name only. They're not in a way that makes their work any better. The human in the loop should describe a design decision about who does what, not a checkbox you tick to feel safer or feel like you're doing something. That's not a loop. There is a body of work also on what calm, observational, trustworthy systems look like. We've had it for 30 years. We are going to need it now. Humans won't trust being outside the loop. What is happening across our systems is something that we fundamentally are not going to trust if we don't have these systems in place. This is also causing real measurable harm to us when we interact. And I want to explore later how our systems are, by not introducing these humans in the loop at the right places, causing to create systems of harm. Humans bring knowledge, judgment, context. AI brings scale, pattern, recognition, capacity beyond any individual. We have to admit that. The real work is building products where both can do what they're really, really good at and come together and collaborate. When you get that right, you can do more than you can alone. This is what collaboration really should be looking at today. So, what do humans bring? Well, humans bring understanding. And one thing we are, for quite a long time, going to bring to the table is that we can't and we shouldn't forget that. We shouldn't diminish what we as humans can bring to this. We also, for now, at least, are going to bring taste. Judgment is also part of this. The ability to step in, accountability, a measure. AI, well, that brings scale, velocity, and speed at a rate we've not seen that can empower us. Pattern recognition across more data than a person can hold. Consistency, tireless capacity, the ability to surface what a human would have missed or not seen before. But there's a trap in this. There's always a trap, right? A system can ask AI to do what actually a human should be doing because it doesn't know any better. It doesn't know which person or which AI should be doing which. When this happens, this means actual failure. We blame the wrong side. Another trap is when humans remove themselves so much they think AI can do everything without them in the loop. This just isn't the case today, if we're honest, for the quality results. We can debate when or where we adjust on a scale, or we should. We can debate when or where we actually should be doing what. But an example of presuming the AI is granted from the model is you get what you put in. And we all know this when we're prompting or when we're doing anything. If we don't put the right thing in, we get the wrong thing out. The human can join at any point in the loop. That just needs remembering. The start, the middle, the end, or the response to something the system surfaced. They might be a gate, though, deciding whether something proceeds. They might be a watcher alongside the work, intervening when something also looks wrong. They might be a collaborator, and hopefully they are, stepping in mid-task before they spotted something. The loop should not be this kind of physical space. It should actually be a door that you can actually be in, not something that you're kind of locked in or trapped into in a point. All of those are the loop. The mistake is treating it as one thing located at one point. You start or at the finish. So, and again, I'm referring to some older pieces here, but the reality is a lot of the previous work we've done on experience design or the previous work we've done on anything really applies to everything we're doing today. And in 1995, Calm technology was named in its principles designer used today. Back then, they were writing about a world in which computers were going to be everywhere. One of the questions formed around when computing surrounds you, when the system is acting on your behalf and you are not staring at it, how should it actually behave? But technology has changed. The system acting on our behalf, well, that's now an agent, and that's making decisions, not a thermostat or a notification. But the relationship between human and system is the same one. It's quiet most of the time, present when needed, never demanding attention. Agentic systems fit the use case and the needs for Calm technology. The principles do not change because it came after the theory, and that's something we really, really need to remember. The need for them has just got sharper. So there are 3 properties that I'm suggesting along with these that need to be considered for any system when we're going to collaborate between AI and humans. And later I'm going to get to some questions which I hope you start asking when you're making something. So the first is informative. The system tells you, or should be telling you, what it's doing, not just what it did. This sounds a bit of a, well, of course moment, and you're welcome to say that in your heads, please. However, all too many systems just react and they don't actually inform you. The second is that it's queryable, not just reportable. You can ask it for things. You can ask it why choices are made, why things are changed. Otherwise, it's a black box you observe and you don't interact with, you don't collaborate with. And the final one, for now, it could be a growing list depending on your perspective, is that it's interruptible. So there's a lot of talk about kill switches when it comes to systems, and I would actually like to frame this or change this because I don't actually think killing the process is good necessarily. You want to be able to interrupt it and have it still be able to pick up and keep going. You don't want it just to fall over. That's not particularly what you want from a system. You want it to remember to be able to pick up and continue on. So trust, though, and that's the biggest thing in all of this, is not a feeling. We all know when we lose trust with a system or we have that weird feeling and we're like, no, not going to use that piece of technology. It is a function of these 3 properties. When these aren't aligning and these don't feel right, then we just don't want, the vibe's not right with what we're doing. A system we can ask questions of, and stop when you need is a system you trust. Humans, we don't trust black boxes. We never have. A system that doesn't report or doesn't monitor, or over-monitors or gives us too much information, these are both failures, and it doesn't really work for us. The same, and I kind of mentioned that, is true for this over-reporting, over-notifications. We've also had that, this over-Slack pings and the too much information. The same is true for agentic systems. Black boxes fail not because they're wrong, they fail by not being accountable. So I'm going to share an example, but before I do, I want to frame with some questions of how kind of you can look at when you're doing work. And I would suggest these are at the heart, or should be at the heart, of anything you're making. What is the human doing? And what is the AI doing? Is the system informative, queryable, and interruptible? Where does the human actually join? Is it only at designed points or at any point? And what does it do to trust? So in the work I do day to day, the approach to agents has been forming how we actually use them to empower the humans, not replace them. And I want to show how, by considering these questions, we can start to build loops, collaboration that scales and doesn't overwhelm. All sounds grand, right? But the reality is it just starts with good old-fashioned research. So an agent, the case we're looking at, is needed for payments, or should I say as proposed, to take on the tasks that humans do day to day. But more than that, it's needed to be trusted, to support, to monitor, and also to alert. So we support merchants with payments, and whilst we have alerts in Slack, an agent brings another layer of capabilities to that. I'm sure everybody has this case in work that they need to have an agent that takes off some of the support to allow people to be able to do more function work of what they're doing. So the pitch for this agent, which is being made, is simple. How can it, over time, not only support the humans who are doing it through the information, but also be proactive through learning and scale to collaborate? Easy, right? And make it yesterday, maybe? The agent needs to solve real needs, and it needs to solve from the start. But it needs to do that by building up with trust. It needs to exist in the easiest place for use. An agent you need to visit, not based on the fact that you kind of have to go to one spot, because then it just gets thrown away and becomes a ghost agent. So the first question needs to be defined. What will the human do, and what will the agent do? In this case, we asked those working in payments and gathered a list of paper cuts and the things that an agent can do. Typically, the where comes into this, and in our case, it's going to be Slack. And in most places, it's going to be your communication channels. This isn't uncommon. That's why we're doing that with these systems. The trust and the start, as trust is built up, is a simple loop. Solve one problem, then trust builds up. Solve another problem, then trust builds up. The line is drawn at the place where pattern recognition stops being useful and context starts mattering, where the system has gained enough trust, it can start inference. So next, is the system informative, queryable, and interruptible? Well, all three, because informative, because the message in Slack is not something happened, it is what happened, who it affected, what the gateway returned, and what the agent thinks it should be. Queryable, because the team can ask back whatever merchants are affected, what's happened before this week, what changed in the last hour. It can get an answer that way. And interruptible, because the agent is not committing the team to anything. It's also bringing what they need and what they want. But when they speak to it, it can pick up and do its own actions. It's not just like, doesn't fall over, and then you have to kind of restart again. And where can the human actually join? Well, anywhere. The agent does not have a designed handoff point where the human is allowed in. The team can step in the moment the message lands. They can ask the agent to do more digging or stop or summarize what it has done so far. There is no checkpoint. The loop is open all the time. So what does that do to trust? Well, it earns it. The team learns to trust the agent because they can see what it's doing. They can challenge its inference. They can interrupt it. There is no costume here. There's no friendly face, no powered by AI, you can trust sticker. The trust is a function of the system's properties. That is the only kind, actually, that holds up when something goes wrong. And in payments, eventually, something always goes wrong, like life. Now, the agent is in planning, but this type of thinking I am proposing is the key to pivotal loops like this. Ones you're going to build systems on, you need this trust, and you need humans to collaborate with, to build up and have this strong foundations, to not be abandoned in the systems. The reality is there are ghost agents and virtual graveyards full of hauntings of past projects, failed, that spun up to sea, because we're all experimenting with AI to see what we can do. But they don't have an owner. They didn't have a plan. They were maybe to fill a proposed need, but it wasn't really a need. It was a thought, or it was an idea that maybe the loop can be broken in many places, and I want to share some of those. The first failure I would suggest is in design. The system does not report what it is doing, so this human has nothing to be in the loop with. So I'd like to share kind of my own example of this with my own experience of OpenClaw, which I absolutely love. But most of the time it runs in the background, and I have my own little friend in the sense of my OpenClaw. One thing my OpenClaw does, which drives me to this day a little bit potty, that's an English word for you, is silence. And this is something that can drive any human a little bit weird when this happens. So if it goes quiet for too long, I start to have panic. Is it working? I have no way of telling. So you do what every human does. You restart the gateway. That is not a human actually in the loop. That is the human in the dark. That is the human hitting the only button that you know how to do. You have to build a system of notifications and train your system to notify you. The system is passive by design. So silence is not calm in this case. I need that communication. I need to know. Otherwise, I'm just going to whack that button because I'm just going to fear that it's broken, or I'm going to fear that I don't get that response. I just need the system to inform me that I'm still here, I'm still alive, I haven't fallen over. But when that does, the trust goes as well. The second failure can be cultural. The team can choose to assert trust instead of earn it. For example, if you have that powered by AI you can trust. This can be when something goes wrong, there is nothing to inspect, or the team can build a black box and put a sticker on it. You can't fake humanity too long. It's like junk product work, and people see through it, and they're ever-increasing accounts doing so. Women don't want cute, cheery female voices for AI, eager to please, and cultures need representation in systems they interact with. The system needs to fit the human interacting with it, otherwise the human can feel othered when they're doing that. The failure is harder to spot than this failure, because it doesn't look like a failure. It often looks like a launch when you do it with a product. So the third failure is often the most uncomfortable, because it's not the system's fault, it's actually ours more than often. When you use AI a lot, something starts to happen that creeps up on you. The thinking begins to get outsourced. You ask the assistant, you read the answer, you accept it, you move on. The next time a similar question comes up, you reach for the assistant faster because you don't quite remember how you would have worked this out for yourself before, and you're fairly sure that the AI helped you. When the human stops doing the human work, the loop is not a loop anymore. It's automation with a witness. And the only way to solve this, and this is the hard bit, is to check on each other when you're doing this. As I close up this talk, I want you to consider how incredible this space is today, how much opportunity we actually have, and how incredible these products we can actually make. But we have to remember what we're really good at as humans. We have to remember the processes and the systems and the learnings that we have and the theories, and bring those to the work that we have today. The problem comes when we distance ourselves from those, when we other technology from an extension of our capabilities into an external entity, and we just give the human stuff to AI, and we end up doing the work that AI should be doing, and it all gets really messy and confusing in this big mess. The systems we function in are really, really tempting to remove ourselves from today. They are created to have these addictive patterns, and we need to actually create to not have those patterns and shift to empowerment and how can we bring out the best of humanity when we're doing this. And as you lead this, I'd like you to hopefully take away a couple of points. So when you're creating something, can a human see what the system is doing right away? So this isn't historic. It's about seeing what it's doing now. Can you step into it and can you see it? How transparent is it? This doesn't mean the human has to see everything because, overwhelmed, we don't need that. If the human has to, can it? Can it find it? Can it be aware? Because again, black boxes cause trust issues. We don't need that. Can a human simply ask the system why? Can it get a genuine response? Not a quip that means nothing, not some marketing speech, not a cheery voice when it doesn't need it, not feel othered, not the answer. It doesn't have to be a prompt. It really just gets the answer it needs. Can a human step in at any point? It doesn't need to be designed. This isn't a point where the human wants or needs. Just can it do it? And can it not do it when it falls over as well? And is trust earned by these properties, or is it asserted in the README? Documentation is great, don't get me wrong, but systems earning only by having docs, that's not a system of trust, that's a checkbox again. And am I still doing the thinking, or have I only begun, and am I just doing reading? That's really, really important for us to start asking ourselves when we use these systems. Because quite frankly, if you can't answer directly yes to this, ask someone else, maybe, to check in on you. This needs to be a social conversation and check. We need to be aware of each other and how we're using these systems. This isn't the bit where I put on my tinfoil hat, I don't actually have one, and warn us. It's where I simply state in human nature, these systems are going to make us outsource because that's how they're designed. And that's what we do, we're human. They're designed to bring out that behaviors in us. What we need to do is design systems that bring out the best in us. The human in the loop is supposed to mean something. It means the system is open enough that the human can join at any point. It means that the human shows up as a human when they do. It means the human does what the human is good at. And AI does what AI is good at. And it means we, the people in this room, all of us who make things, who build, and no matter what role you do, you build and you create using this now. That's the reality of our world. We decide what each side does, and we can defend that, and we can know that in everything we create. That is the work that we need to do. Create from those needs, and create things that actually are needs, not just a checkbox or a sparkle put on a checkbox. We need to build loops that genuinely matter and sustain. When we do that, the potential fulfills what we are dreaming of. So as a final note, these slides were not drawn by myself. I actually trained a model through OpenArt, and I gave it my drawings. The style comes from me, and I got prompts from each slide, my content to make each slide. So this was me being in the loop creatively at each point, and that's what I'm kind of talking about. When we input enough of ourselves, our loops are ours still. They belong to us, and we can collaborate with AI. Thank you.
Yay. Are you going to take some questions right now? Yeah. We've got a little bit of time. If anybody has any questions, we've got mics up front. I know you got to run down. Also, I have a question. Okay. Did you sketch the slides?
No.
Oh my gosh. I'm
AI
shocked.
did all of it.
Okay. I've seen her sketch some slides before.
No, I trained the model.
Okay. Okay, well, you will be available for questions throughout the day? Okay. So we have a gift for you. Thank you
so much. Thank you.
All right, everybody. We've got another break. Thank you. Felipe. Oh, hi. That's what happens when you tell somebody we're good to go and then you start talking to yourself. How's everybody doing? We're getting tired because earlier you guys were way more spunky in your responses to me. There we go. There we go. It is almost time for lunch. I'm very hungry. Are you guys hungry? No? Okay. Okay. Sí, mucho, tengo hambre. Anyway. Okay, so we have one more session before lunch, and that session is starting right now. I keep cracking up because the kit, do we call it a kit? The jersey says Brazil, and I keep thinking about that YouTube or the viral video of the Miss Universe, and they go, Brazil! So I just keep saying that. Anyway, we have Felipe to talk about what's new in WordPress Playground, so this should be quite interesting. Everybody give it up for Felipe.
Yeah. Bora! Shout out for the Brazilian community that is here and watching live stream as well. But also celebrate Europe as well, because I'm living here for the past 11 years, so thank you so much to receive me and have like my second home now. And yeah, today I will talk about WordPress Playground. A few people know me already. I'm always around Europe, but a developer advocate at Automatic working with the WordPress Playground. And this video, we're gonna have like several videos showing the power of WordPress Playground. We're gonna talk about new stuff, and also we're gonna talk about things that already exist and you can do today. And just one question, who here has used WordPress Playground before? Oh, nice, yeah. We are increasing adoption. And for those that doesn't know what WordPress Playground is, we can run a WordPress instance in a browser using magic technology called WebAssembly. And this year I was in a WASConf and I was sharing to them like one case of a WASM application. It's used by millions of people yearly. And that's really great because WordPress Playground is one of the most popular WASM applications today. Like the WASM community, they are trying to have some study case, some real case scenario when we inside WordPress, we are already doing that for years. And that is from end of 2022. But how we can use that? So we always divide in those three layers. If you're a builder, if you want to build a WordPress theme or a plugin, you can use WordPress Playground to preview and see your change running live on your machine. Without any configuration, no Docker, no special software, only your browser and your application running live. A lot of people share with me during the Contributor Day, people are teaching using WordPress Playground to get people to know what's new on WordPress, what's the new feature, how to use the site editor. And they're super happy because friends of mine, like Wahid, I say on front here, it's super cool because you just go open your browser and you can have a WordPress instance running live. Testers, we have last year a great workshop from Beto, talk about how to use unit tests and end-to-end tests with WordPress Playground. And the nicest thing about all of this, it's a sandbox environment that can be used by humans and also AI agents. That now everyone talk about AI, also is a really good spot to use AI agents to test and try new stuff without the fear to break anything, because it's all sandbox. And to translate there, this is a video that will show a few different layers. Here's a WordPress Playground. Now we have this file browser. And I can go to the plugin folder, go to my computer, drag one plugin, drop in the plugin folders. I didn't reload anything. I will just come back to Playground, go to my admin, open the plugins page, activate this plugin. And we are in the City of the Dragons. I just get inspired and create this really cool block, came like flame text block. And I will just edit the post, not 2020, 26. and I'll call this block, and it's there. I just drag and drop from my computer inside Playground, and I have this block running. And that's not new. This is already available since last year. And the nicer thing, because I spot that the name of the plugin is not matching with the name of the block, I can just go to the file editor again, change the name, and then go back to my WordPress, reload the page inside the plugins page, and then we have the name fix. Those are like some simple flows. Can be like users, developers can do that. And if you want to test a new plugin, if you have a new idea that you want to build something with AI and you want to see straight away running in a WordPress instance, that's a way to go. And to move a little bit further, we have another scenario. So I did that fix. And how can I submit that fix to my team? So the changes are there. And we have a button that we can export to GitHub. And then what I would do here, I will tell, oh, I did a change in a plugin. I will tell the folder of the plugin that I have the change. I will specify the GitHub repository. And I will tell, I want to create a PR. And then I will set a description. Once I set that description, what's going to happen? WordPress Playground, we identify the changes that were made in that local environment, and you submit only the files that were changed to my GitHub repository. And that can be something for plugins or thing. It's not that you're going to work full time on WordPress Playground, but imagine like someone found a bug, and you know there's a quick bug that you can change on your phone, and you can do this whole flow on your phone. And here we have the change, the files that I have changed. Only the git ignore was there as well, because I have changed as well. And then I can just merge and complete this PR. So all of this is already like available since end 2025. And when you talk about like test different versions, we got this challenge to run the oldest version of WordPress. Not 1.0, but 0.7. The challenge was accepted, and we built this like time machine. It was experiments, not the official website, but it was really like fun solution that we built. We built this like museum that you have the wapus and you have random things. We are having laugh with that solution because some 3D elements was spaced like randomly there, and at the beginning, we have a really ugly wapu that we are almost like take as our mascot. But the thing here inside that museum, you can navigate all old WordPress versions, 1.0. I think some of you have used this version before, but I came from after 2.0. And this is like how was WordPress 1.0. And you can go to the editor, you can change things, you can see how the things work back on time. And a friend of mine asked, okay, but what's the benefit for you have like a WordPress 1.0 running? The challenge here is to make WordPress Playground compatible with any type of WordPress and also increase the compatibility of different things. And if you want to test today, you can go to playground.wordpress.net and set the PHP version for 5.2. That needs a requirement to run WordPress 1.0, and set WordPress 1.0. You can come back and test that. Yeah, thank you. And that's, I don't know, I think those type of things I see daily, work with my team. I was like, gosh, like I work with my heroes like every day, like, because they just like take out those things and make that possible. But also, this is an impact for the ecosystem as well, because that decreases like, all the layers that we had before, the problems with compatibility. And earlier on this year, I was in Brazil, and there I did a hackathon with the Brazilian community on the WordPress Brazil. And I noticed that behavior using AI, that some of the solutions that people created with Telex and AI didn't need a WordPress running on the internet. The person just needs a WordPress and can have that solution run locally. And that was like an invoice creator, like quote generator, some daily task that you do that you can use WordPress, but not necessarily be on the internet. And talking with Alex Kirk, the person that was responsible for my WordPress, he was like, okay, I think I have an idea. Maybe we can have this WordPress instance that runs always privately and always local. And then we made the first version of my WordPress. If you have tested before, I do recommend to try it again, because now we have like a V2. And one idea that we have last week was, okay, if you have this app that you can just get the agenda for WordCamp Europe, and you can just set the talks that you want to see, and you make your own plan, and you can add the sessions. And that app will run all offline on your WordPress. And later on, you can add notes. It's something that I do every single time. I go take those notes, and later on, I have a bunch of notes, but I don't remember what was related. That's like sentence that I put, like, oh, check this new version of what. And that was a really nice solution from Alex. That okay, you can add your notes, but also at the end, when you create all those notes, we're going to organize those notes for you. And you can have a markdown file that later on you can just create a report or just do your own research. So here I just include a note in my talk. Okay, join the Playground channel. That's a real reminder that if you want to know all those new changes, most of those things that I'm sharing now, we are discussing on Slack, on mywordpress.org Slack. So please join the channel. And there we're going to see our meetings, our discussions. You can send feedback for us as well. But here are just debugging. So that's a way, for example, the timer will like tell you when you should go to track 1 or track 2. And that is all running today. If you want to try this app, here, QR code. If you want to, I will just give you a few seconds for you to scan. And also there is a short code as well here. Try it, test it, and tell us what you think about my WordPress and how was your experience using that companion. And the nicest thing about that is not only for WordCamp Europe. It will work for all WordCamps. It's not working? The internet's not working? Okay, I will share the links with you. There is a bit.ly. You can take a picture here. But if it's not working, you can go to my.wordpress.net, and inside apps, we're going to find the WordPress companion app. And there you install, you have the whole flow, and it will work for you. And one of the challenges that we have building the WordPress playground was the compatibility with PHP and SQL database, and one item that was in our roadmap was support to PHP MyAdmin. And also is another thing that we have today on not my WordPress, but on Playground. If you go to Playground today, you access the panel, you're going to have this tab, database tab, and then you can click and load a PHP MyAdmin. So it will be useful if you want to run queries, if you want to test plugins, if you have a few scripts that you need to run a test or do a smoke test. You can just open your PHP MyAdmin inside the WordPress playground, put the query that you want, then execute them, and then you're going to see the change live on your playground. And that's also another nice feature, because behind the scenes we use SQLite, but you can go here and export a MySQL database. It's something that you can do those tests and then push to your own local environment or a different infrastructure. And when I just reload here, I have the change there, so I just showing that all the change works. And that one, for me, is one of the simple solutions that we have today is PR preview. I don't know if my mic is... I don't know if it's interfering, but I will just keep going. So the PR preview, it's a solution that you can install a GitHub action. Thank you. Perfect. Okay. Probably my bird was stretching. So PR previews. PR previews are a solution that you just install this GitHub action, and what's going to happen? Every single pull request that you create, you're going to have a button that will provide a preview for that pull request. And that will be available for themes and plugins. Just so we understand that. This video showing the new AI plugin. The new AI plugin, it's using PR preview. And what's happened is, if you go today to the AI plugin repository, any PR that you select, you're going to see that button, the PR preview button. On the bottom of this description, down there, is the PR preview button. Once you click there, you're going to see the preview with the code from this pull request running on WordPress Playground. And thanks for the feedback for the community. The plugin teams as well came to us and came with a few suggestions. And also, thanks for Adam to implement that feature. Now we have the V3 that support Composer. So if you have a plugin that uses Composer, the PR preview button will take care of that. And thinking about Playground is not only a solution for WordPress itself. It's a solution for the whole ecosystem, the PHP ecosystem. We have several packages, that are like more than 30 different packages, that is useful for PHP developers and other frameworks as well. And to translate that, we have this web component that will run PHP code on the browser. And you can see your code, and you can see the output of that code. And that will serve only for plain PHP and also for WordPress solutions. And those are just simple examples that we can do with WordPress Playground today. And if you have any other platform that you interest to support Playground and take those benefits for your solution, please come to talk with us. We are super open to bring Playground to the other CMS and frameworks. And this code is like the way how you use that. You just need to import this JavaScript code, and later on you call this web component that it's called PHP snippet. Inside this web component, we will put your PHP code. And then we're going to have the preview that we have on the previous slide, that you see your code and also you see the output of that PHP code. And now let's talk about AI. It's something that I'm really excited about that. The same way that we provide the sandbox for normal users, we can provide a sandbox for AI agents. And that was the idea that I saw when I saw Playground the first time. And I was talking with the team, and I was like, oh, this is a really cool feature for integrate with AI. Because you can let the AI run, trying, make mistakes, and you won't affect your environment. Recently this year, we created this PHP MCP server that you can integrate Cloud Desktop, Codex Desktop, any AI tool to run code on the WordPress Playground. The process is super simple. You install this MCP server. Here's some examples with Cloud Code and Codex. Once you do that, you can talk with your agent. Can you build XYZ solution using the WordPress Playground? And then the agent will take care of that, will open the WordPress Playground, but also we need to open before the WordPress Playground is only one extra step that you need to do. Once you have Playground open, your AI agent will connect with Playground, and then you will execute the code. Closing that loop, we have agent queues. Agent queues, it's a new way of working with AI agents that you specify a specific task for your coding agent or your tooling. You just explain how WordPress Playground works. We have two SKUs today inside the WordPress agent SKU repository. We have a Blueprint SKU and a WordPress Playground SKU. Those two will do two different steps. One will take care to create Blueprint recipes for you run inside WordPress Playground. And the other one will just teach your AI agent how to use the WordPress Playground. And here I have a demo that was something that I have in the past, like over the 20 years, one of the biggest trauma. You build a website, once the design is done, someone came to you with a zip file. And that zip file has 200, 300 products. And you need to fill up that. Now we have scripts that will kind of speed up that process. But I remember at the beginning of my career was one of the worst part of get the site done is just fill all the information with different type of source. And I just simulate that. I have one folder with PDFs, CSVs, and image with description of products. And I will ask the agent skill to create a WooCommerce store with all those products. So here's the video. I have my prompt explain that thing that I told now. I will specify the folder that contains all the image, CSV files, and PDFs. Codex will work on that. And I just speed up a little bit. You can see the thinking super fast, but it's already found the image, identify the image, and I asked to also remove the duplication of products. I put duplicated projects between different files. What is going to happen using the agent skill? Codex will be able to create that blueprint, and I will go back to Playground and paste my blueprint. And there is one small problem here that we're going to see now. We have that, I let that message just to show that if something goes wrong, we have that description that you can use to fix a blueprint. And also you can use SKI feature as well. But I just noticed that the problem was the image that are point to a local folder. I just removed that because I'm not running locally. And then I run again. And now I have a WooCommerce store with more than 200 products that were in different files. I have a starting point. If I have my design, that will load with my design. And also I can point my blueprint to load that WooCommerce with my design and my version. And I don't know, I hope that I start my career with that, and had that feature before. And we don't stop there. So now we have a new protocol, it's a proposal, it's a WebMCP. And we are testing also new stuff as well. So WebCP is not a standard yet, but it's a proposal from W3C to have this MCP protocol that is focused on UI. So basically, you specify on your UI things that where I can change the PHP version, in our case, where I can change the theme, or where I can save my playground. And that all specification is running on the front end. And that really connects with the things that we do, because we run everything on the browser. And to see that running, I just have sorry for the small font here, but I have Chrome Canary using WebMCP and an AI agent on the right side. And I ask, oh, can you create a plugin of a banner that will have the Polish flag on the top of my website? And my agent will understand that requirement and will call the tools that we have available to make that task. And once the process is done, I just need to reload my page, and I will see on the top of my website the request that I did. So now we have the WordPress website and with the Polish flag on the top. And I can continue that interaction with my code agent, asking, oh, can you save this playground for me? Or can you fill more content on that web instance? And my agent will be able to do that. So, but as I say, I work with my heroes again. It's a new API that we have on WordPress Playground that enables we create the MCP server and the web MCP server. So it's a site managed API. And that API, you can control your WordPress instance straight from your console. You can run JavaScript code. In this case, I have this code here that I just access my WordPress Playground website, and then I ask, okay, can you run Playground with PHP 8.4 and the latest version of WordPress, and also enable access to network. And with that, we have all this change happening. So this is the base layer for other connections and features and protocols. And if you want to try today, it's already available on Playground as well. So, and just a quick recap what we saw today. I just ask you to try File Browser, PR Preview, seeing the live editing feature working on WordPress Playground, testing your Playground with agents. And if you have any feedback, please talk with us, because we will be super happy to collect your feedback, improve that solution. And thank you so much. Here I have the link of our blog where you can follow up with all those changes that I share with you today. Thank you.
Give it up for Felipe. Woo! It's for you from the team. Thank you. Do we need a picture? Yeah. Thank you, everybody, and it's time for lunch.
Yep.
to convince people then.
can make this look like the most filled room ever. So that's fantastic. It's a bit early for me to be on stage, so really we're just doing sound checks. But now we're here anyway. Between, oh, that works. All right. Yes, welcome everyone. Welcome to the afternoon in track 1. So you may have noticed that this is the biggest room that we have for WordCamp Europe this year. And what we'd love is to make the most beautiful pictures. And that works really well when everyone is a little bit to the front. So if you're not in the first 10 rows, please get up, move to the front. It's not high school, it's not elementary school. You won't be singled out. Well, probably won't be singled out. I might do some things in between while we have some time to kill. But it'd be nice to get everyone to the front. Now, if you're in the front and you're on a mostly empty row on the sides, this is your cue to move to the center, because that's the way that we fit most people in. So I'm going to do some logistics here and have you move around. This is absolutely not meant to activate you after lunch, because you all will have that lunch dip, I know. Nah, never. You're here with all your energy. It's still day 1. You've got the energy. We have to party tonight. But first we'll have really good sessions in this room. That will take a few more minutes before we start, so that means that you have time to get up, move to the front, move to the center, so that we have a nicely packed room right here in the front of the cameras. And also when we have photographers coming in, they will see the most filled room today. So this afternoon we'll have a variety of sessions. We will start with some lightning talks. That means it's 10 minutes of conversation, 10 minutes of presentation, and then we switch to the next speaker. So there's no Q&A with the lightning sessions. It's really back to back. Now, you're expected to stay here for all 3, obviously. That goes for the speakers as well, so they'll stay here for the entire 30 minutes. In between, I'll quickly hop on stage to introduce the next speaker, make sure that they get set up. But it's 3 sessions, but consider them as 1. So it'd be very nice to not get up and run out in between. If you're planning to run out, just don't. Okay, we have a couple more minutes, and that means that I have to look at my notes, because there's always notes that they send me, things that I have to talk about. And one of the most important things that we have to tell you is that we have a lot of lovely sponsors this event. Now, you may have seen some already here on the ground floor. You may have seen some others on the first floor. But did you know that there's 2 additional floors that also have sponsor booths? And it would be really nice if all of them felt appreciated. So if you're doing a round of sponsor booths, don't forget to go all the way up, and only when you found Cloud Linux, you've seen them all. If you've not found the Cloud Linux booth yet, you've missed sponsors. So this is your mission for the break this afternoon. Make sure you visit all the sponsors. For those coming in, please find a seat in the front. These are the best seats, especially reserved for you. If you're on a balcony, please know that if we have time for Q&A during the sessions today, the mics to ask the questions are down here. And you are not allowed to jump from a balcony. So if you're planning on asking questions, please make your way down here. Don't take a seat in the balcony, because we simply can't take questions from all the way up there. So find your way to the main area, the main room here. With that, I think we have about a minute left. I see a lot of people come in, and I'm going to look at my track manager. She's the boss for today. She's running the show. Came especially from Italy to run this track this afternoon. So I have to listen. Louisa, do you think we're good to go on starting the sessions, or do we have to wait for a few more people to come in? 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. we'll do 1 minute. So then let me find my important notes, because there's a lot of them. In the city, yeah, it's always nice, you know. So there's one thing that I usually like to do when I'm on a stage, and that is make a little bit of fun. So we only have a minute now, so if you want more of the fun, you'll have to stay here for the rest of the afternoon, because there will be other moments, but not right now, because we have to get started with the first sessions of today. Now, for those coming in, please make your way to the front. We haven't started yet. You're not disturbing anyone just yet. So this is your cue to come to the front, please. And with that, we are getting started with our first speaker for today. For this afternoon, not today. And it's a speaker who's joining us from Mumbai, India, where she works as a community relations manager at Cloudways. She started writing on the internet in 2020, built her career from it, and today she also hosts a video interview series for a living. So when she makes a case for written content in a world dominated by video, that's not nostalgia. It's a perspective earned from both sides of the camera. So please give the warmest applause for Pooya Sanwal with Why Writing Still Matters in a Video-First Internet.
Hello. Thank you for the introduction, Taco. You're wonderful. Hi, everyone. I'm Pooja. Thank you so much for making it here after lunch. I've chosen to talk on this topic of why writing still matters in a video-first world. And can I get this? Thank you. Thank you. Yep. So I'll start with an introduction again. My name is Pooja. I'm a marketeer, a video creator, content writer, and a full-time community relations manager at Cloudways. And for those who don't know, Cloudways is a managed hosting platform for WordPress. Now, I've been a marketeer for the last 3 years. But before I got into marketing, I was a writer. I started back in 2020, which was the pre-ChatGPT era. And a long time has passed since then. Certainly a lot has changed, because being a writer doesn't mean the same thing anymore, and neither does being a marketer. So when I was thinking of applying for this talk, when I was thinking for applying to WordCamp Europe as a speaker, this was the only topic that I could think of that seemed relevant enough for me to talk. Because on the surface, we are drowning in video. It seems that this is all there is. This is what everyone is consuming, what everyone's creating, and the only thing that sells. But is that the full picture? So let's start with some stats. While deciding for the title for this talk, I very liberally called the internet video first, based on instincts. But the stats haven't disappointed me. 1 billion plus hours of videos are watched every single day on YouTube. 82% of all global internet traffic comes from videos in 2026. And an average person spends about 100 minutes every single day watching videos. I'm pretty sure most of you have watched a video or two today. Maybe you've doom scrolled on Instagram, or you've watched a YouTube video, but I'm sure you have. And this is the default state of the internet. Now let's talk about the marketing side of this, which isn't much different either. More than 90% of businesses across the world are using videos in their marketing strategy. And almost 70% of these marketers are majorly creating for social media, as you can see. And for most of them, the key success metric is impressions or views. Now, one thing is clear, that there is almost a negligible share of marketers who are still off video in 2026. These stats make our assumptions true. The internet is, in fact, video first. That's what we as marketers are creating, and as consumers, we and other people are consuming. We all agree and understand that the majority of the internet is consuming videos, but treating videos and the written content as a zero-sum game is where we are wrong. If videos are winning, that doesn't mean that writing is losing. This is a really oversimplified version of a marketing funnel. Video performs really well at the top of the funnel. It's really easy to capture attention, create awareness, and drive maybe more reach than written content would. It creates doors for people to come in. But here's what we know about buyers. 63% of B2B buyers include an internet search in their vendor selection process. And when they are doing so, they want written content. They're looking for case studies, testimonials, documentation. They're looking for blog posts that can answer their extremely specific questions. So when they're at that stage, when they're in the middle to bottom funnel, they're looking for really exhaustive, really in-depth content. So the mistake you don't want to be making is investing in only what goes viral or what fetches impressions and likes, as we just saw a lot of marketers do. Written word is what converts, and it brings the money in. So written content is not dead. Please block anybody who says that. It's just serving a different purpose than it maybe did 2 or 3 years ago. Written word has evolved drastically in the last few years, and so has video. And we need to talk about what it's like right now and what we need to do with it right now. We are seeing YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels interactions drop nearly 50% year after year, despite more content being uploaded. It's in real time reaching a saturation point because AI has made content creation extremely easy. Everyone can have a content machine, everyone can produce 5 reels a week with an AI script that is extremely tedious. I'm pretty sure most of our feeds look extremely identical as well. Audiences are scrolling, but they're looking for more depth and substance. I'm not here to tell you that video is going to be abandoned, because it can never be. I don't think that that stage is ever going to come. But we as audience are also demanding better videos, and we're looking for more substance that cannot come entirely for video content. Organic search is still as relevant as ever. Organic search makes 44.6% of B2B revenue. A blog post, for example, is an appreciating asset. While everyone can be chasing algorithm with cookie-cutter reels or AI scripts, a well-researched, a well-written article ages like wine. It could be still ranking 3 years from now. Videos, on the other hand, even though important, are a depreciating asset because the half-life of a YouTube short is measured in days at max, and a ranking article is measured in years. Now let's talk about where actually people are searching. And everyone and their dogs are talking about AI search, so will I. This is where most of the internet is searching. The average ChatGPT prompt is 23 words, which is nearly 7 times longer than a Google query, and this change has only recently come in. And only a bit more than 3% of users use AI tools to search. And more than 80% are still using traditional search engines. But looking at these numbers on the surface level is dangerous because even though very less people you see, 3% are using AI tools to search, AI-referred traffic, it converts 4.4 times more than regular organic traffic, which means that somebody who found your brand through an AI search is already qualified. So this 3% means a lot more than you might think. This is probably the best example of why writing still matters in 2026. The goal has now shifted from getting clicks to getting cited, but the medium, which is written word, continues to remain the same. But I don't want to be the person that tells you that AI search is everything and that you should abandon traditional search engines or that they are dead, because that's not true. We can clearly see that 80%, more than 80% of search is still happening on traditional search engines. But I think the SEO specialists in the room might know that that is changing by a huge margin as well. Let's see how. If you look up best web hosting on your Google search right now, this is what you'll see. Right after sponsored results, there are 3 Reddit threads, 2 Quora questions, followed by 3 YouTube videos. Now that's followed by some blog posts. They are on the first page, but they're at the very bottom. So the first page of Google search page result is dominated by what we call user-generated content, UGC. And these are some of the hottest UGC channels right now. Now, it can be difficult to rank them in any order, so please don't assume that Reddit is the first one and YouTube is the second. That's not the case. It's really difficult to rank them, and I wouldn't want to do that, because all of them belong to different categories. Reddit is where users express their genuine thoughts and opinions anonymously. YouTube is a place people go to find extensive tutorials, testimonials, comparisons. It's still UGC, user-generated content, but it's not anonymous. And then we have G2, which is a review site for B2B SaaS products. Now, two of these extremely important UGC platforms are written content based. So for example, if you are on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you are, if you are creating videos on your own channel, if you're paying hefty money to influencers to talk about your product in their videos, but you are not present on these other UGC channels, you're missing out. To make organic search work for you in 2026, I think you really have to be omnipresent. This is the summary of all written content platforms and formats I would focus on today, if I needed to. You have to have an active company blog where you are publishing actively, consistently, and you're posting really in-depth content. You can further repurpose this as Medium and LinkedIn articles, which counts as UGC, by the way. And comparison pages are extremely important pieces of content as well that have to be on your website. Users, when they're at the bottom of the funnel, are mostly looking for these comparison pages. They're looking for, they want to understand in depth how you are different from other competitors. And these pages still in 2026, even after everything being changed, still convert the most. And there are UGC platforms like Reddit and Quora that you need to be in. By the way, this is all just written content based. There are much more channels, but I've only included content that only included platforms that function on the written word. And of course, there's review websites like G2, Captra, Trustpilot, Gartner that cannot be missed. Here are some simple tips on how to write impactful content. Now, this could be a whole another topic for a whole another day. But to be really, really concise, I've shrunk it down to 3 points. You don't write vague content. AI does that. You should be specific, in-depth, and exhaustive. Write from the bottom of the funnel first, and write better content than AI slop, because readers want human-written content. This is the content strategy I would focus on today. There's no one after another in the series. Everything that's listed here goes hand in hand. Full marketing strategy today should involve video, AEO, written content, and UGC. All of these will go hand in hand. And that's all from me. It's been a pleasure to stand on the stage and present this talk to all of you. Thank you so much for coming all the way to this room and giving me this opportunity to present this talk in front of you. Thank you for being a wonderful audience.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker in this round of lightning sessions has been part of the WordPress community since pretty much forever. He's known for organizing WordCamps in the Netherlands, translating WordPress into Dutch, and more recently building partnerships across Europe as community manager at Kinsta. So when he argues that open source needs active, deliberate support to survive, he's speaking from direct experience on both sides, as someone who's contributed for free and as someone who does it professionally. Walking onto the stage is easy for this Dutch WordPress celebrity, given that he once walked 700 kilometers to walk on a stage at WordCamp Europe in Berlin. So please welcome Marcel with Open Source is Democratic Infrastructure, support it.
Thanks, Taco. Right. Back and next. Okay, I get that. All right. Thanks, Taco, for the nice introduction. Yes, for the people that don't know me, I'm Marcel Bootsman, Partnerships and Community Manager for the EMEA region at Kinsta, which is in the back of my shirt, just showing that. I basically have only one slide today, which is this one. And I will do a 9.5-minute conversation about why this is important. One question I have for you, it's on the slide. Do you make money with WordPress? Can I see some hands? Do you make money with WordPress? That's like 80% of the people raising their hands. That's a lot of people. I'm not going to ask who is sponsoring people, because that might be too confrontive. I would say that might be too shocked for people here and also for me. If you are using open source software and you're not financially contributing to the contributors that maintain the software or document or translate or whatever, please revise that. And I will explain why I think you should and why I think your company should do that, or at least talk about it. I consider open source as democratic infrastructure. It's built in public, it's transparent, that's why it's trusted, and it's maintained by a group of people, sometimes one person. And that brings risk. We can see open source software and communities around it as a community garden. And we're here at WordCamp Europe, and there's all these companies that provide access to the garden. We provide access to using WordPress. If we compare that to the garden, and we only use the garden, and nobody waters the plants, mows the grass, paints the fences, or repairs the fences, there's going to be no garden left to enjoy for the people that use it. And that's like a comparison to an ecosystem around open source. If we don't maintain it, and if we don't support the people who maintain it, it's going to crash. It's going to not be maintained anymore, and that's going to bring a lot of risk. And the risk there is that it's only taking without giving back. And taking open source software, not giving back, can result in something that we call like grazing the ecosystem to death. We don't have cows in the garden, but you know, that's what happens. If you just use and benefit from it and don't give back, things are going to happen, and we're not going to like that. So open source software is free. You can download it, but it's free to download. It doesn't mean it is free to maintain. A lot of the internet runs on the shoulders of giants, like Linux, like Nginx, PHP, curl, and plenty of other open source software components that make up the whole stack of your business or something that your business supports. If something goes wrong there, if there's nobody left to maintain the software, it will introduce a big risk. And I want to explain something to you about the risk of open source projects that are managed by less than 2 people or less than 3, which are a lot. You can check that out online. There's a lot of open source projects that are used a lot, but only being managed by 1 or 2 people. And the bus factor is something that we need to consider. This only person that's maintaining the software can get hit by a bus. That's why we call it the bus factor. And if that happens, or if someone steps away deliberately because it's too stressful or people are getting burned out, the software is not maintained anymore. And that might introduce problems in the future. Maybe there are security issues in the software that hadn't been discovered while this maintainer was maintaining it, and it will be found by someone or by all the intelligent AI we have, and there's no money left to maintain the software and to release new versions and to fix it. So that absolutely introduces risk. And then there's an option you can take there. You can work on the software yourself, fix it yourself, find qualified people that can do it, or you can switch to other software, which basically means in both options you have to spend a lot of money as a company to fix that. Now, what if you would have sponsored these contributors? Would they have stepped out if they were burned out? Would they have kept maintaining it? I think the latter, because sponsoring these, well, basically weekend warriors, how we call them, you know, they're full of passion, working on an open source project. They're working it on the weekends in their free time. It's all voluntarily. They don't get any money for it. But at a certain point, the passion doesn't pay their bills. The passion doesn't pay their mortgage or rent, their groceries, their family holidays, their father and son holidays that they regularly do. You know, we just need money to do that. Contributors need money to do that. And that's the harsh reality now, that we have $1 million companies billion-dollar companies running on open source software, and they are basically not giving back the maintainers and the contributors of that software. Because it's not only the people that do the coding, it's the whole stack. Look at the WordPress, all the teams we have around, from themes to core, to community, to documentation. It's all the teams that count. And for Kinsta, we have the community sponsorship program. And I'll tell you a little bit more into details about what exactly that means. But that means that, I'm going to do it right now. It means that the stack that we use, we provide managed hosting for WordPress. We have a tech stack that we use, which is built on open source. Not just WordPress, but we contribute to all the maintainers of the software we use, because we know it's our business. And if that software fails for whatever reason, or if a maintainer quits and we need to switch things, we have a lot of work to do, and that will cost us a lot of money. So for us, it's not charity that we do, it's basically part of our business strategy. If the open source software that we use, including WordPress, if they thrive, our business can thrive on that. And we don't have to feel bad, because we're not just using it and benefiting from it, but we're also giving back to the contributors and making sure they feel welcome and they have the financial means to live their lives like they want to, even if they do it as a side job or they have an own company, or we just want to support these contributors. So what do? We sponsor 282 hours per week for the 5 for the Future program. If you don't know the 5 for the Future program, please look it up later. I don't have enough time to explain that. It's a WordPress initiative. Just check it out. We're in the second place, behind a very known company right now, into the companies that sponsor the most contributors in hours. So all these hours are, when the contributors work on these sponsored hours, it's all paid for them. And we sponsor 27 WordPress contributors. We sponsor MariaDB, the maintainer of that. We sponsor the PHP distributor, Linux containers, and these 27 WordPress contributors are across 17 teams. So we try to sponsor the whole stack of WordPress, not just developers, not just the translators, the whole team that makes sure that WordPress is alive. Right. I'd like to share some quotes of people we sponsor. Milana, I don't know if Milana's in the room, it's hard for me to see. Milana says, she's in the documentation team, and she says, sponsorship is the most wonderful thing I could ever imagine for myself, and it allows me to learn and share knowledge globally. Then we have Estella, also on the documentation team, and she says, I can dedicate more time to improving user documentation. We have Carlos, who does community, and Kinsta's sponsorship allows me to continue my work sustainably and dedicate proper time to do that without worrying about losing client opportunities. That's what I said, if you do the volunteering as a side hustle, it's great that you get paid to do that, because that allows you to get more time to contribute. So the goal here is sustainability. And if we all sponsor contributors, the world in open source and the open source ecosystems would look better, way better. And all I'm asking you here is consider sponsoring. And you don't have to sponsor 27 contributors from tomorrow or today. Start with an hour. Start with 10 hours per month. Talk to your manager, talk to your boss, and see what you can do to make the open source community and the WordPress community healthier in a financial way for the maintainers. My name is Marcel Bootsman, and thank you for your attention about this.
Thank you so much, Marcel. I think we're staying on this topic with the final session for this lightning round, because our next speaker is the co-founder of Required, a Swiss UX and WordPress agency, and has been contributing to WordPress for over 15 years as a designer, organizer, and a speaker. She didn't just decide her agency should contribute to open source. She built internal contributor days into their monthly calendar. So the whole team got credited in the WordPress core release. And now she's here to show how you can do the same. You'll leave with a concrete model for embedding contribution into agency life without feeling it like a burden. So please give it up for Karin Christen.
Hello? Yeah. Maybe, yeah? Okay. So hi everyone. I'm happy to be on stage today to share how we as a business are actively contributing to WordPress. So let's go back to 2013, where we founded Required, a small boutique WordPress agency in Switzerland. Each of us already worked with several content management systems, but from the beginning we knew we wanted to build our business on top of WordPress. And the community around it was the reason why. That same year, the first WordCamp Europe took place in Leiden. That weekend, something sparked in us. We didn't just want to build on WordPress, we wanted to give something back. We were building a business on top of an open source platform. Contributing was the right thing to do. A year later, Matt proposed the idea of 5 for the future. Organizations should invest 5% of their capacity back into the project. We were very inspired by this idea and introduced this rule internally, meaning a decent amount of annual working time could go towards making the web a better place. Then a bunch of our team co-organized the very first WordCamp Switzerland. And in doing so, we got to know the community in a completely different way, coordinating volunteers, finding speakers, reaching out to sponsors, helped us a lot to know the processes and people within the WordPress community. By organizing WordCamps, something shifts. You stop being an attendee, you become part of it. In the years that followed, we intentionally hired from the WordPress community. Each year, someone new joined, bringing their skills and their community experience into our company. As a team, we organized WordCamps and meetups, we gave talks, and developed open source software and plugins. For a while, it just worked, because everyone was already on WordPress and knew the community and everything. But then things got harder. In 2020, the physical WordCamp stopped. They moved online, and we started hiring outside the community. Neither was a problem on its own, but together they meant that our natural contribution rhythm was slowly declining. Client work filled up every free space. And if you don't protect this time, then you have no time to contribute. So client work always is first. And we felt that firsthand. That's when we tried something different. We called them internal contributor days. Contributor days are days typically as part of a WordCamp where people from the community come together and actively contribute to the WordPress project. So anyone can join in. For example, yesterday we had here in the third floor a contributor day. Who has been there? Nice. So inspired by these contributor days, we create our own. The idea was simple. Every month, we blocked one morning, no client work, just the team together contributing to WordPress. Before each session, we look at what's needed. Gutenberg issues, core tickets, translations. Most of the time, our topics come directly from our project work. Struggles we observe clients having with the block editor or the WordPress backend. That's why we first search for existing tickets on this page. For beginners, there is also a list called Good First Bugs or Patches Needed. These are good orientation if you are new and don't know where to start. Sometimes we split into groups, designer in one corner, developers in another, each working on skill-specific improvements, then coming together to pitch their ideas. Sometimes we all work on the same issue, one half improving, one half testing. The goal is to show up, make some small contribution as a team. Let me tell you about a moment from our very first internal contributor day. One new team member had never made a single contribution to WordPress.org. So we started with something anyone can do. Uploading a photo to the photo contribution. That's it. And then the first batch appeared. With the contributor batch, something shifts. The platform stops being something that happens to you. It starts being something you're part of. By collecting these batches, I observed some positive team spirit as well. One concrete example from last year. A client of ours asked us for an accordion block for an FAQ section on their website. We had our own plugin already, but WordPress 6.9 was set to introduce a native accordion block. So we told them, wait for the release and try it out. They did and came back with specific feedback. So we picked it up in our next internal contributor day and immediately found additional improvements. Through testing and feedback in real projects, we were able to ensure that 6.9 also runs stable under agency conditions. And we've got props, official credits in the release notes. For the first time in a release, everyone on the team received them. That sounds like a small thing, but it isn't. So why it's worth it? 4 things we've learned. Consistency matters. Spontaneous contributions are great, but regular involvement has the biggest impact. Real projects expose real problems. Client work often uncovers edge cases and issues hidden in testing. Props. When the team feels seen, they stay motivated. Props are more than just a symbol. They show how that our work are seen. And teamwork. Working together makes the results stronger and the team closer. It also makes open source feel real. So start contributing. If you are sitting in this room and thinking, yeah, that sounds good, but I don't have the time. Client work fills all my time. I hear you. We had the same thoughts, but just start small, like we did with the photo contribution. Or who in this room speaks more than one language? See? How about contributing translations? And guess what? The translation contributor badge will be soon yours. And if you are a business, like we are, the biggest obstacle to contribution isn't lack of knowledge or lack of interest, it's priority. Client work will always win if you let it. With the 5 for the Future program, you will bring new hires faster to the WordPress community and maybe a bit more team spirit into your business. Thank you.
So much for your presentation. I'm going to ask our other two speakers to come to the stage as well, because on behalf of the WordCamp Europe organizing team, Karen, I'll start with you.
Thank you.
A little gift. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. I have the same gift for you as well. There you are. And Marcel, for you as well. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge today. If you find them at their sponsor booths or around, there might be some option to ask questions. See, there is. If you have, well, you have a short break now. Make sure you make it out to the sponsor booths. Go say hi to them. And I expect you back in 5 minutes, so that we have a few more minutes to get a seat and prepare for our next speaker, because after this break, Annemieke Bovenlet will be in this room and you don't want to miss it. See you in a bit. All right. Welcome to track 1 on day 1 of WordCamp Europe 2026. Who's been in track 1 before today? Okay, that's most of you. Nice, good job. Who was here for the lightning sessions? A lot of you as well. Perfect, so then you know what I'm going to ask. If you're currently not in the front 10 rows, then please make your way to the front, because we're trying to fill up these seats nicely, because that looks so much better in pictures. So if you're in the back, please come down. It's very much appreciated. If you're sitting on a row, on an edge, with a lot of empty seats in the middle, this is your time to scoot in so that others can join you in your row. And it's also the perfect time to say hi to someone you may not have met before. If you're sitting next to someone you don't know, this is the time to say hi, and it might be your new business partner. You never know what happens. So we just heard that the first WordCamp Europe was in 2013 in Leiden. I am very lucky to say that that was also my very first WordCamp. And we've had so many changes to the event since. But one thing has never changed, and that's the amazing content that we have in track 1. Also in the other tracks, but I'm not going to tell you. Track 1 is where it's at. So you stay here the rest of the day and you'll be fine. One of the things that did change over time is that we've added a lot more accessibility options. So we might show, let's see if this works, a QR code that will allow you to have our live captioning directly. So either written or spoken. See, it worked. It worked. There's a little delay, but it works. If you scan this, please use earphones. Otherwise, we hear your language throughout the presentation, and that might be complicated. But if you need translations, please use this amazing service. We have amazing people making this happen for you. Okay, I'm going to watch my clock, because we want to start on time, obviously. That is in about 2 minutes. There's still people coming in. If you're on the edge of a row and there's a lot of empty seats in the middle, please scoot in so that those coming in late also have an easy seat to find, and we don't have to have a lot of noise during the presentation. Now, there's one important thing that I need from you, and we don't have a whole lot of time. So I want to ask all of you to please stand up. I know it's seats, but please help me out here. Stand up. There's a good reason for this. So, okay, all of you, yeah, the nice thing about standing up is that the room immediately looks twice as full. So that's the good part. But the even better part is that what I always do when I'm on stage is take a selfie so that I can show my mom how big the room was. Now, this time, it's not just my mom watching, but my oldest daughter did a test for English last week. She's 9 years old and got 8 out of 10, which is really good. And that means that she starts to understand my English, so I have to behave. So if you can all turn around, and there's 2 cameras here, wave to them, say, hi Lisa, hi Pippa, I'm sure they'll appreciate it. So that's my kids. All right, with that, we're at time. Please take your seat. You don't have to stand all presentation, don't worry. I will start with an introduction, because it's an honor to introduce our next speaker. I've actually known her for quite a while already. She is an accessibility strategist, and she's been building the web since '98. And if that sounds like a long time, consider what she's seen changed. Entire frameworks rise and fall, SEO rewritten from scratch, and now AI agents deciding what contents get surfaced. And through all of it, one thing has stayed constant in her work: the argument that building inclusively isn't charity, it's strategy. For the past several years, she's been advising and coaching agencies and brands across Europe on digital accessibility, making the case with data that accessible sites rank better with search engines, perform better with AI agents, and convert better with real people. She's also a WordCamp Europe organizer, an open source contributor, and someone who lives the neurodivergence angle of this topic personally. So please give it up for the one and only Annemieke Bovelet.
Great introduction. Yeah, thanks. Wow. What an introduction. I love that because then I don't have to talk about myself anymore. All right. So, the clarity dividend. Accessibility as an SEO strategy. If someone told me 5 years ago I would be talking about SEO, I would probably have laughed really hard. Who I am, you already know. But for me, since last year, the question is your website invisible to 23% of your potential customers? It's a peculiar number, but I'll explain to you later where that comes from. SEMrush, together with accessibilitychecker.org, published a research last year on 10,000 websites. So that's numbers, right? Anyone here who tries to convince their boss, their employer, themselves, why should they do something for accessibility, always get the same question. What's the ROI? Well, you're getting the numbers today. And beforehand, you have to know that all the resources for this are on my website, and I'll share them with you in the end. So, in that research, 70% of the websites failed to meet accessibility standards. Now, before I move on, I need to make you feel something. I need to make you experience something. It's called the clarity test. Some of you may have learned this in your education as a designer. I'm going to show you 3 homepages. You get 5 seconds to watch each, and there will be questions about it. The first question is, do I trust this site? The second question is, what is this page about? And for the third one, the question is, what am I supposed to do here? It's not a test, it's not a quiz that you can fail or succeed at. You just have to remember how these pages made you feel. Here's the first one. So, what is this page about? Is it a blog? Is it a wholesale supplier for trade buyers? Or do you say clearly, man, this is a shop selling whatever? Or is it a brand that sells something, but you're not sure what? Here's the second one, 5 seconds. What are you supposed to do here? Sign up for an account? Join the 2026 Reading Challenge? Search for a book? All of the above? I genuinely couldn't tell. Last one. Do you trust this site? Yeah, it looks professional, incredible. Unsure. Something feels off, but I can't say what. No, it looks outdated. Or I didn't notice anything about trust. I was truly disappointed when I saw these pages. And I'm an optimist, so I thought, maybe they optimized for the mobile experience. No. Okay. So clarity is what your visitor needs on every page. What is it? Someone should see that without hesitation. What do you do here? People should be able to see that and understand that without any cognitive effort. And they should trust it immediately, right? Now, that feeling that you just had, Google measures it. But they're not clear-sighted. I mean, they don't have empathy, but they do have telemetry. Telemetry. Yeah. So, yeah, Google measures core web vitals and speed and responsiveness, but you know, speed means nothing if a human hits a wall of confusion. And I had to do research about SEO, and it's the one topic I wanted to stay away from my entire career. Technical SEO is hard. It's like voodoo to me. But it's also, the organic way of SEO is so logical. Because every time a user returns to Google, within seconds, because they landed on a page they weren't expecting or they're not getting what they were looking for, when a user abandons a form because the error message is confusing, or when he gives up because the page is overwhelming, something that happens to me a lot, Google records that. And for years, they were secretive how they were doing that. And then in the past 2 weeks, I learned a new expression. It's called pogo sticking. You know what a pogo stick is? I didn't. I had to Google that. It's that stick with the big coil, and you jump up and down, up and down. My friends had one, and I was jealous. I remember that as a kid. So I was one of the naive people who thought bounce rate is something that Google looks at. They don't give a bucks about bounce rate, but they care about pogo sticking. So bounce, you know, someone comes into your website, reads the page, leaves, goes somewhere else. And if you have a high bounce rate, which you can see in your analytics, maybe something's wrong with the user experience anyway. But if someone jumps back with the back button, that's a pogo stick. Now, Google has this system, apparently, that they tried to keep a secret called NavBoost. And that's a system for re-ranking on human behavior. And I remember about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, suddenly people started crying murder. My rankings are tanking. I don't understand why. What's happening? I need to rig the system more. Let's put on 10 FAQs on a page. Okay. But apparently, it tracks 3 things. Good clicks, bad clicks, and last longest clicks. I'm not going to get into the very technical stuff. For that, you have to talk to someone like John Alderson. But it runs on a rolling 13-month window. So if your ranking is tanking, it's also going to take a while to get back up, but you can. Your website is a shop, and Google counts who walks in there in the first minute. And it doesn't look at your shop itself, but it counts how many people walk out the moment they walked in. Now, accessible websites have fewer bad clicks, and they have better rankings via NavBoost. And this is not because of the technical side. It's because the user has a better experience on the website. Whether it is with a machine, with screen reading technology, other assistive technology, with their brains, with their eyes, with their whatever. Better rankings happen via NavBoost because Google cares about what happens to a user on their site. Because if Google can't prove that they send a lot of users to your website or on your advertisement, they're not selling. They're going to go broke. Now, that SEMrush study I was talking about, right? That's where 70% statement that I had in the beginning, where that came from, that was on 10,000 websites. And they had 3 findings about websites with higher accessibility. A 23% increase in organic traffic with sites that had a higher accessibility scores. 27% more organic keywords ranked for accessible sites, and 19% higher authority score. SEO people tell me that is cool. And you know, you have to think of accessibility as stopping a leak. You're not turning on a tap. I'll see them coming, you know, in a month or two. There are probably going to be services who are not going to say like, okay, we're going to give you this magic trick so you rank better, and then they're going to come, oh, we're going to make your site one big circus of area labels. Be careful when you hear people like offering that, because it's going to tank you. There is no more shortcut in ranking in Google. They don't like it because the experience has to be good for all users. Accessibility makes that happen. So there are things that you do control. Hero images. If your decorative header loads before your product name, you're tanking your LCP, largest contentful paint, for people who don't know that. I hate all these short terms. And you're losing the sale. Heading ones, if it doesn't say what your site is about. Link test, click here. Imagine you're walking through IKEA and every sign to the toilet says click here, and you really have to go very bad and you don't know where to go. And button labels, it's a thing in UX. From a modern UX design, accessibility, and conversion rate optimization perspective, submit is considered a failure signal. It's better to say, send my quote request. Now, in the country where I live in Germany, that can get tricky because they need really long words to explain stuff. I heard in Finland it's even better. But, dear designers, put aside your ego, because design is how it works, and design needs to work for everyone. And the fact that you don't like the long word, ask yourself, is my design selling? And the last one, image alt text. Describe what it shows and why it's on the page. And if it's decorative, don't describe it. You're just making a lot of noise. But remember, accessibility covers far more than what I've mentioned here. The things I'm mentioning here is in regards to search engine optimization. I have to get you people to make accessibility sites in some way, right? There are things that are non-negotiable. If you have someone else building your website for you, the main sentence in that conversation has to be, I need you to fix the things that are making people leave. A logical tab order. Get the tab key on your keyboard and see if you can navigate your site and see where you're at. Make sure that error messages say what went wrong and how you can fix it. And page titles have to match what the page is about. And most important, for the users that can see, color contrast has to pass WCAG or WCAG 2.2. That's not it. So, but now I want to tell you about AI. Because that SEMrush research is really fantastic, but I thought those numbers are so wild, they're so high, something else has to be playing a role here. This is not just about human visitors, this is about all visitors, including the bots. Now, I learned it reached the accessibility tree, which is the same layer that a screen reader uses and other assistive technologies. They depend on that as well. And then there is screenshots and visual parsing. And I get this argument from people. Yeah, you know, AI is taking a screenshot, it can see what it is, and then it will find its way. Forget it. It uses it for helping, but it will still look at the structure. And you know what? If a screen reader can't perform an action on a website, neither can the agent. So you got to make sure that your buttons, your interactive elements, everything is accessible. And then the one thing that is most important, a non-semantic code structure is your Achilles heel. If you find it easier to style a link that you hide inside of a div because you find it hard to style a button, you just cost yourself or your employer a lot of conversions. So another thing that I learned is Google is really good at what it does. It can parse JavaScript. Chrome does that. But the other LLMs, they don't. So when you use a tool for your website that pukes out a lot of JavaScript, an LLM landing on your site doesn't see anything. Maybe it sees the header and the footer, but it doesn't see the content. And you know what? Then you're leaving the content up to the training data gods. This is where you land on a Google search result with a whole convincing story. Oh, you're looking for this. Yes, wonderful, blah, 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 blah. Here is the source. And you land onto that website and you're like, this is not what I was looking for. And you click back. That's a pogo stick. And that not so good result was something that the LLM gave you. And this, again, is why accessibility and a semantic structure is super important for your websites. I have a ton of notes here, and I'm not going to tell them to you because then I won't make it in time. But if you have questions about this stuff, come find me after my talk, half an hour later, because I'm first going to watch Emma Young's talk that is actually complementing mine. So I'm clicking on the wrong button. Sorry. Google dropped a bomb 2 weeks ago. I loved it. Just a few days before that, I did the dry run for this talk in Porto with the great Portuguese community, and it was fantastic, and it was just based on the SEMrush research. And then I heard about Google I/O, and they changed the algorithm 2 days later. Gazam! You didn't have any time to adjust, right? And I saw the panic, and I read all the articles, and SEO is dead, and Cloudflare, we're going to save you. Yeah, I'm not so good with this clicker. You notice that? I just wanted to brag about, I know the dates, but we all know it. March 19, May 1920, May 21, fine. So they changed how they rank sites. And they changed what fetches information. They're actively clearing out traditional SEO filler, blah. I have to learn not to curse so much. So the benchmark, an AI agent's performance on site. I have this study from UC Berkeley University. They had AI test stuff on an accessible site. It were 60 tasks, both web-related tasks and application tasks, and they had a 78% task success. That's insanely high. But when they made a test without the screenshots and the visual cue, that dropped to a measly 42%. And when they made the viewport small, like we have this super mobile experience where you're like, oh, hello, cookie banner. Yeah, it completely tanked. If a screen user can't buy from your site, neither can an AI agent. And the technical walls are identical. As I was mentioning Cloudflare before, it offers to strip your site down to its skeleton. But you know, if the structure of your site is not good, that Markdown file isn't going to be very good either. It's not going to save you. It's going to make things worse. What gets stripped? CSS, JavaScript, ads, navigation menus. What stays? Your heading, your text, your structures. And like I said, if it's a mess, AI delivers nonsense about you. It causes very low confidence in an LLM, and it will always try to fill the void with their own training data, and we all know where that goes to, right? People say, oh, it's hallucinating. Yeah. So build your content structure for humans. And even better, build it for everyone. And if you build it for everyone, it's also people using assistive technology. There's a fantastic article called Blind People Don't Visit My Website. It's written by Rian Rietveld. She's a fantastic accessibility expert. And don't sink down, Rian. That one shows real-world experience from real-world people. I mean, have you ever tried navigating a really bright web shop with a hangover? You're focus-seeking because it's too bright. Yeah. So I promised in my talk description that I'd give you a roadmap to take home to start working on your own stuff. First, the content layer. Audit for human friction. Run the 5-second clarity test on your top 5 pages. Rewrite the heading 1 if it doesn't say immediately what the page is about. Replace every submit button with something action-oriented. And then there's the code layer. Install the free accessibility checker by Equalize Digital. You can download it from WordPress.org. That's an amazing tool. It doesn't phone home to the USA. It just runs on your own server. Amazing. And if you didn't build the site yourself or you're depending on a developer, show your developer one page and ask, what's making people leave this page, folks? And check it manually. Can you navigate your page by keyboard without losing your place? Can you still see where you're at? And then there's the telemetry layer. Plug the experience leaks. Open your analytics and look for pages with high exit rates and short section times. And if you're like me and you don't know how to do that, ask someone else to do that, who knows what he's doing or she's doing. Because those are your pogo sticking pages. That's where your bad clicks are coming from. And remember, the 13-month time frame I was telling you about, don't expect things to change overnight when you start to improve. It takes time. Wrong button again. And fix the content and the code layers first. You don't have to do everything at once. I mean, I hear people who are totally overwhelmed. I was overwhelmed 6 years ago when I started with this stuff. I was like, I'm never going to learn this, because I was trying to be chocolate and try to be everywhere and all over the place and do everything. You don't have to. Step by step. Progress over perfection. So, one last thing. Accessibility is not a tax on your business. It's simply a leak that you've been ignoring. The link and the short code lead to my resources page. The research is there, the numbers is there, and if you need help convincing your customers, your employers, whoever you need to convince, I'm at the community booth after Emma Young's talk, because Emma's talk is building further on what I've been talking about, because she knows lots of things about search. Yeah. So thank you for listening, folks. Do you have questions? Is there anyone who wants to know something right now?
So the good thing is we have 2 mics. Whoa. that was me. If you have a question, there's 2 mics in the front. Please make your way. Ant is showing the one and the other. See, he's running to the other. So don't hesitate. There's plenty of opportunity. We have a whole 5 minutes. But we know that as soon as people start queuing, you'll be late. So make your way to the mic. If you need assistance, if you can't make your way to the mic, please raise your hand, wave a little bit, and we'll make Ant run. That only goes for this part of the room, and not for the balconies, unfortunately. Yeah, sorry, we don't have the time for that. While people are making their way, yeah, I see a first one coming down, but I do have a question first, Annemieke. I'm faster, see? I don't have to walk to a mic.
Cheating.
Yeah, so you've been talking about this for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen significant change in how people respond to the story? Has it become easier to convince people to work on this?
Absolutely, because you're talking about money. And, you know, it's love and compassion that makes small changes, but it's capitalism that makes the world go round, and that's fine, folks. There's nothing wrong with that. But we all know it. I mean, doing something out of the goodness of your heart in a company is fine until people have to pay. But you're bleeding revenue. And I did a web shop project about 6 weeks ago. We ported a heavy page building site to the block editor. We created a theme with the 2025 block theme, with the Create Block Theme plugin. It's an amazing plugin. And so 6 weeks ago, right? And last week, the people who own that site were telling us that everything was skyrocketing. There's an incredible increase in conversion and in sales. That didn't come out of nowhere. We made that thing accessible, and we made it super fast because we used the block editor and WordPress core. So yeah, and when you start showing cases like that, we're going to display this as a case study soon, then you can convince others with that, because I understand a CFO that has to run a budget has to tell the rest of the board why he wants to spend 50K on rebuilding a website. Ross, you have a question?
Yeah, I think we had someone waiting over on that side first. Yep. Nothing personal, Ross.
Just a quick question. You were saying H1 tags should be a sentence. We're usually using them as page titles, and then H2 is like the tagline. So you're saying no more for repeating the page title in an H1? You're saying it should be a sentence. Is that what I heard?
As far as I know, there should only be one H1 on your page.
That's right, yes, and we've been using that as a page title a lot, generally. I mean, agencies, whatever.
Yeah, and of course the page title should also say what you're doing.
Outside of that, yes. So meta title is the page title.
Yeah, it's incredibly important, yeah.
So additionally, we've been generally using H1 as the page title, just a couple words, right?
Yeah.
But it sounded like you were saying it should be more evocative. It should have more information in it, like a sentence.
What's the first thing people see? What's the first thing you think?
Right, the page
something
title
technical
on the
is
page
yeah, it's the page
H1
title. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's okay. 'Cause I was surprised to hear that when you said a sentence. You're just saying keep it brief?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool.
All right, with that, we have time for exactly one question. So this is your spot.
Uh-oh.
So if I want to sell to say like managers or make a business case for going all in on accessibility, is there like some figures, facts and figures that we can use to share to sell the higher ups?
Did you get that QR code?
I didn't check it out.
Get it. All the resources, all the numbers, it's all there. And you're going to have to do what I did, plow through PDFs, but of course we have AI to summarize it for us, don't we? Obviously. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we've reached the end of this session. Please put your hands together for Annemieke. I'm walking around you, Annemieke, so we're center stage. There's a little thank you gift from the organizers for your presentation. So thank you very much. It was amazing. People can find you at the community booth for a bit? Okay.
Is over an hour from now?
Fantastic. So if you have any questions and you didn't make all your way to the front, please find her at the community booth. We'll continue here with the next session by Emma Young in 15 minutes. So take 10 minutes and then make sure you're back in time, because if the room's full, the room's full. Don't be late. See you in a few. Can I? Yeah, it works. Whoa, okay. I keep scaring myself with this because when my mic turns on, it's all of a sudden and there's no cue. Welcome to track 1. We are halfway our afternoon. That means that hopefully you had a bit of coffee or other caffeinated drinks to keep you awake. If not a problem, because we have 2 more amazing sessions coming up that will keep you awake for sure. Now, the first thing that we have to do before we get started is make sure that this room looks really full. Well, we make sure it is really full, but we make sure it looks even fuller by moving all the way to the front. So if you're sitting in the back, this is your cue to get up and walk all the way down. You don't have to sit on the front row, don't worry. I won't single you out. But let's make your way a little bit to the front. If you're on the balcony, please be aware that it's impossible for you to ask a question to our speaker because the mics are down here and you're not supposed to jump. So if you're on the balcony and you may want to ask a question, just walk down. Let's keep it safe today. We have an amazing translation service today. That means that there is a QR code that will appear on screen. Wow, it's so fast this time. That appears on screen. If you want the live translation, scan the QR code, put in your earbuds, and you'll have live translation available. Of course, we also have the live captioning on the side, so that also helps. Now, what we're going to do in the next couple of minutes is make sure that we have a little bit of energy in the room because we have 5 more minutes before we start our next session. So one of the ways to energize people in a room is to make them stand up and do all sorts of silly things. Now, obviously, you didn't come to a conference to do silly things. So this is not something I'm going to ask of you. Don't worry. We'll play nice today. I will, however, ask you to stand up for a bit. So if you're able to, please stand. Yeah, I've seen some good examples here in the front, please. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Now, I promised you we're not going to do silly things. That is absolutely right. But what's really fun is we have people coming in. So in about a minute, there will be someone coming through that door. On my cue, you turn around and you clap really loud for the person coming in. They will have no idea what's happening. I'm afraid that we won't be able to video their face, but trust me, I can see it, and it's absolutely magnificent. So get ready to do your loudest cheer. So when we have someone come in a bit, she's lucky. She is already in. I see the doors are a bit closed now. Oh, Ant, are you helping me out here? Yes, fantastic. See, this is what we have amazing volunteers for. They start to get what's happening here. Okay, so we keep our eye on the door on this side. So look over to that door, the double door. Yep, this is it. Woo! Fantastic. You are the best audience today. This is absolutely amazing. Please find your seat. If you're at the edge of a row and there's a lot of empty seats in the middle, please scoot in a little bit because we'll have more people coming in, not just our celebs today. We'll have more people come in, so scoot a little bit together. You have 2 more minutes to say hi to your neighbor, make some new friends. I mean, after all, that's what WordCamps are all about. This is all about community, about meeting new people, sharing knowledge, and this is why WordPress is so different from closed source systems where everyone is each other's competitor. Yes, of course, we have some competitors in the room, but we can still be friends, right? We all work on the same software, we all do the same things, and we make the web and the world a better place together. Now, who of you was at Contributor Day? That's quite a few, yeah. There was over 700 people here on Thursday working on WordPress, which is absolutely amazing. So in a single day, we made WordPress even better. And this is what happens every day by the people contributing to WordPress. If you were here in the room earlier today, you heard Marcel talk about how important it was. You heard Karin talk about how to do it. But right now, we're getting ready for the next session. And we just had Annemieke talk a bit about accessibility and SEO. And we'll stay on search for a little bit. But we're going to a different or related side on AI search. So we have a few more people coming in. I have 1 minute until I have to make my way off stage and make way for Emma. So let me start with an introduction. Now, if you're at the top, if you just came in, please walk all the way down because we want to fill up the seats here in the front. Don't sit in that back. It's not high school. Come on. You can sit here in the front. There's plenty of space. Don't worry. They actually listen. Okay, so what we're going to do is welcome our next speaker on stage. She leads organic marketing at Hostinger, one of the world's largest hosting companies, where she's responsible for SEO, content, YouTube, and localization across multiple markets. That means she doesn't get to theorize about AI search from the sidelines. She's watching it reshape her traffic, her team, and her strategy in real time. Her argument is that AI native discovery is no longer a problem you can delegate to the SEO team and forget about. It touches how developers structure pages, how content teams write, and how partnerships get cited, and how leadership thinks. In other words, if your role involves the web, this talk is for you. When I asked Emma how I could make her feel more comfortable on stage, she told me to do a little dance. Unfortunately, my dancing skills aren't up to par sober. So, I'm not going to disappoint you here. Well, I am going to disappoint you, but Emma is not going to disappoint you because she's here to talk about AI search, why your whole company should care. So please give it up for the one and only Emma Young.
Well, we can do a little dance. A little one?
Oh my God, you're so much better than I am.
Hello. How are you guys all doing? It's weird to see my face that big up there. I'm just going to wait until I can see some speaker notes up here. So thank you, Taco, for a very nice introduction. I will reintroduce myself a little bit because I'd like to introduce myself as a cocktail. So bear with me. My base spirits are content and SEO. Years of it, load-bearing, everything else is going to sit on top. Let's throw in a generous splash of chaos. YouTube, localization, little socials, a dash of strong opinions, especially about AI search, and content quality, and subjective things that are a little bit more objective. Let's garnish this with some emceeing, conference hosting, and a deep and personal belief that spreadsheets are, in fact, a love language. Sometimes shaken, sometimes stirred. It depends on if I'm being shaken up or if I'm the one stirring the pot. And I'm served slightly chaotic, a little bit unhinged, but surprisingly effective. So my name's Emma Young. I am head of organic marketing at Hostinger, and I very much like you guys all sitting there. Thank you. And I'm here to talk to you guys about AI search and why your whole company should care about it. Two things before I jump into this, though. When I say AI search, I'm talking about ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, Google AI. It's all of those things where you go to a place and you ask a question and you receive an answer instead of getting a bunch of links you can click. And also, I think like Anne said, I've updated this slide, this talk 4 times in just the last month. The space is moving so fast, so take what's useful, stay agile, but some of this might look different in 3 months and 6 months. So let's begin. Story time. At Hostinger, we spent years doing SEO properly, thousands of pages, rankings across dozens of markets, millions of visits. SEO is one of our core organic growth engines. And I would like to say that we were pretty good at it. Then AI overviews appeared. If I had a track, I would like cue dramatic music right here. But clicks dropped, and we still ranked #1. The rankings weren't changing, but just the clicks were. Google was now answering the question before anyone even got to our page. And then came this realization that was like a little bit harder to sit with. AI had started telling our story without us even in the room. So it was based on whatever it could find about us across anything across the web. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes, it was wrong, or it was vague, or it was super confident about something that we never actually said. That's when we understood that it wasn't just an SEO problem anymore, it was everybody's problem. So I want to ask you all, when was the last time that you Googled something that you actually found what you were looking for on the first try? And I'm not talking about something very specific, like hosting or pricing in 2026, but like something more at the beginning. When you wanted a restaurant recommendation, maybe you used Google Maps or Instagram. If you wanted a real product review about something, not like a sponsored roundup, maybe you went to Reddit or YouTube. And then when you wanted to know something actually worked in practice, possibly TikTok, Instagram, socials, YouTube. We've all quietly changed how we search, and nobody sent us a memo. Nobody made a decision. It just happened. And it happened to your customers, too. So let me show you what that looks like. Because we're all here for WordPress, and for web, and for building things online, let's talk about your customer, our customers. They don't start with Google. They start with YouTube. How do I make money from a website? But these people, they're not ready to build yet. They're just kind of figuring out if it's even worth doing. Then, maybe they move to Reddit. What's the best website builder with real opinions? They don't want ads, no branded content. What are actual people actually saying? Maybe TikTok or Instagram next. They want to see somebody doing it. An influencer showing that actual setup, the process, that messy, that realness. And then ChatGPT or any of these AIs. Let's compare Hostinger versus competitor. They're narrowing it all down. They want this synthesis. And finally, maybe Google. Hosting or pricing 2026, super high intent, nearly at that decision-making phase. But I want to point out something. Google is step 5. And if you're only optimizing for step 5, then you are invisible for the 4 conversations before that shaped that decision. And by the time that they Google you, they've probably already made up their mind. And even when they do get to Google, about 60% of searches end without a single click. So for every 1,000 searches in Europe right now, 374 clicks are not ending up in a click. Google is answering more and more and more questions before it even gets to your page. That traffic model, that SEO model that we built is structurally changing. And that's not just my opinion. Here we have Spark Toro data, and in this image, it's actually showing how it's been progressively getting worse and worse and worse, and this was from 2024. More studies, you'll see a lot of use cases here, case studies here. Adobe did one study recently, earlier this year, that showed these stats. So 65% of Gen Zs use TikTok as their primary search engine. Not occasionally, but primarily. And in that same study, 55% of millennials use TikTok to find information that helps them make a decision. This isn't like a young person problem that we can wait out. Look around the room, y'all. We are that demographic. And the last one, ChatGPT, just ChatGPT alone, is handling 2.5 billion prompts globally every single day. So it's not a novelty tool anymore. It's infrastructure. And your future customers are already searching in places that your brand or your company probably don't exist yet. So here's the thing about AI search. There's a lot of hype that could probably obscure things. It's not magic, as much as that's fun, but it's retrieval. And what I mean by that is every major AI product, like ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, they all retrieve from a search index before they generate an answer for you. So think of search index as a giant library of everything that Google has read and cataloged on the web. The AI goes to that library, they find the most relevant pages, they pull them together, and then they present an answer. And for most of those AIs, that library index is Google's. So earlier this year, Lily Ray published a case study that made this crystal clear. Sites that are dropping in organic rankings saw that their AI citations dropped at the exact same time. Same sites, same timeline, no coinky-dink. When rankings dropped, citations dropped. So if you're not in Google's index, you don't exist in the AI answer. And something that's very key to remember right here is AI won't magically make you visible in Google if Google has already decided that you shouldn't be. So this isn't some fresh start. There's no side door. The fundamentals still matter, maybe even more so now than ever. You need fast site, you need clean structure, you need pages that Google can read and trust. And if you want that deeper technical version of that, and you missed Anne's talk 45 minutes ago, her QR code will be on a couple slides later on, but check that out. The short version of that is fix your foundation first, then build AI search on top of that. So, if Google is the foundation, what makes AI actually pick you over somebody else? The golden question, right? We've got 3 signals, and none of them are owned by SEO alone. The first one, earned authority. These are those high credibility media mentions, press, industry trades. Think like The Guardian. Your verticals trade publications. A mention from a source that has real authority. We also have borrowed authority. These are the partners, the affiliates, the experts who reference you. There's other trusted voices pointing at you and saying, yeah, these people know what they're talking about. You want them to talk about you. And then there's community authority. Reddit, forums, communities, like you all. These authentic conversations where real people are talking about your brand without some marketing voice, but because they want to. Foundation ran a study with AirOps, where 57 million citations were being analyzed. And what the numbers found really shocked me. It showed that 85% of AI citations came from outside your brand's own domain. 85%. So the team, SEO, whose entire job is your website, is touching maybe 15% of where AI visibility is actually being built. The other 85% lives in PR or partnerships, community, social, teams that are probably in this room or have no idea that that big of a number actually exists. This is that memo that nobody sent. So here it is now. This is a little bit about what most brands look like right now in AI search. Not because they're doing anything wrong, but because nobody planned this for them. So your affiliate wrote their thing, the landing page team wrote theirs, tutorial went a little slightly different angle, and YouTube had its own take. And somewhere, there's like a Reddit thread from 2019, not written by you, that AI found that's like, you know what, let's use this as the primary source. So AI pulls all of that together, shakes it up, and then hands your potential customer something that tastes a little bit like, well, it depends on your situation. So no answer at all. I want you to think of it as a bad cocktail, not like the cocktail about me. Not bad because the ingredients are terrible, but bad because nobody followed a recipe. You've got gin from your landing page, vodka from your affiliates, a splash of tequila from that Reddit thread that nobody read, and AI is your bartender. It's working with whatever you're giving it, and your brand or your company is giving it a mess right now. You're not unknown, but you are incoherent, and that's worse. Because unknown is fixable with presence. Incoherence means you're everywhere and still saying nothing and saying nothing consistently. So now some of you might be thinking, okay, no worries, Emma, I'll fix this with AI. I'll make everything consistent. It's a logical solution, right? No, it's not, please don't. If you use the same tools and the same prompts and the same training data as every other competitor, you'll be coherent for sure and invisible. Because this AI-generated coherence looks exactly the same and will look exactly the same as everyone else's AI-generated coherence. Another study by Mark Williams Cook, I think just last month, he published research on this, but specifically about MPs. So he started talking about how MPs started using ChatGPT for their parliamentary speeches. And within months, Hansard, which is the record for where they keep all of the previous speeches before, showed spikes in words like underscores, bustling, navigating. They did 650 politicians, all trying to sound distinct, all using ChatGPT, and all starting to sound like the same exact person. So this is what happens when everyone uses the same tool and the same prompts. The brands winning this right now have ingredients that nobody else has: real customer data, genuine opinions, and visible human fingerprints on everything that they make. Now, the fix isn't more content. We tried that before a few years ago. If you know, you know. We don't need any more. But you need the same core truth: different voice, different platforms, consistent over time. And when you do that well, it will compound. So this is what I would say most companies look like right now. SEO team optimizing for SEO, KPIs, YouTube team for YouTube, content doing their thing, all doing good work, but nobody talking to each other. So at Hostinger, we had to unlearn this, because when AI search arrived, this model broke, I guess. You can't follow a customer across 5 platforms with 5 different teams pointing in 5 different directions. So we shifted to the after. You have one intent. Let's say how to start a website. But we express this differently depending on where it lives. An article built for Google and AI citations, a YouTube video covering that same intent, and then also maybe cut into shorts to put on socials. A Reddit thread showcasing it authentically. Remember, none of that marketing voice. The same truth, many different expressions. The thing is, it's simple in theory, but it's so hard in practice. And it's not because it's a new content strategy, but it's an alignment strategy. And the difference is who's actually in the room when you plan it. But when you get this right, the pieces start to reinforce each other. YouTube drives branded search, Reddit builds AI citation signals, and each piece makes the next one stronger. Compounds. So before we get into who does what and some tactics, I've actually seen a lot of content lately saying, ChatGPT loves Reddit or Gemini loves YouTube. And 6 months ago, I would say, yeah, that's roughly true. Today, it's much more complicated. Reddit's share of ChatGPT citations dropped significantly, I would say, earlier this year when Google changed their API access. And YouTube share is now rising, actually, across all platforms quite a bit. I would say Perplexity still skews heavily towards LinkedIn, but I bet my bottom dollar that in 3 months, everything's going to be shifted again. So different LLMs have different tastes. Some want a Negroni, some want an Aperol Spritz. You can't serve all of them the same drink. So I'm not going to tell you you should go all in on Reddit or bet everything on YouTube, because the point is not to chase the algorithm, but it's to have genuine presence everywhere your customer already is. So whenever that LLM does go looking for it, you're already on that menu. The tactics change, but the strategy doesn't. So I've broken this down by team so that there's something that you can take right back or start doing tomorrow or Monday. Content team, my OG, you're up first. So snap a picture, here's some things that you can do whenever you want to get to it.
Start by checking your content. Look and see where you're answering the question and the intent. If it's not in the first paragraph, numero uno, guys, fix it. It's not paragraph 4. It's not after 3 contextual paragraphs about like the history of whatever topic you're talking about. The answer first, then the context. Then look at your content line by line. There should be one clear answer per question. If an AI quoted one sentence from your page, in isolation, would it still make sense? If not, keep rewriting it until it does. Something I used to do as an editor was, if I had a troublesome piece, I would actually read it backwards, line by line. So I guess in this place, answer, then question, then answer, then question. You can see if that still works and let me know. Now think about your how-to guides and that original data that only you have from your company. These types of contents get cited more than opinion pieces. And it's not because opinion is bad, but because AI needs something to attribute. So give it something concrete. We actually tested these things at Hostinger. We re-engineered hundreds of pages with these tactics, and we saw a 52% increase in AI citations in just 3 months. So not a hypothesis anymore, just do it. Be like Nike, I don't know, sponsor me. Okay, lastly, I will talk slightly about Reddit. It is still the #1 cited domain across most of these AI platforms. Content that earns authentic Reddit discussions, they don't just rank, but it compounds into these AI citations. And you can't really manufacture that. Some people do, but don't. Leave Reddit, let it be. But you can write something good enough that real people will want to share it naturally themselves. That's the bar. Write for that. And if you use Hostinger, just ask Cody to do some content SEO hygiene for you. So brand and communication teams. Your AI strategy and your PR strategy are now the same strategy. Yay. These days, one mention on a super high trusted and credible publication beats 100 small mentions on low authority sites. And it's not because of your page rank, but it's because it's what AI trusts. It's learned from the web, and the web trusts earned media. You can start a muckrack habit, or if you guys remember Haro, help a reporter out. I think it's coming back, but don't quote me on that. But get your experts quoted in these citable publications. Original research and data studies are citation magnets, because AI wants something to cite with a pretty and true number attached to it. 30% of something lands better than growth. Finally, I will say Perplexity does skew heavily towards LinkedIn and these high authority publications. So think about your brand ambassadors, your spokespeople, your CEO, your C-level, your product owners. What are they posting on LinkedIn? Or what are they feeding or not feeding into the LLMs? On the more technical and dev side, you can also help. If you missed Anne's talk, there's the QR code. But the quick version, structured data helps AI parse what you actually are. Fast, crawlable, semantic HTML, all of that still matters, but differently, but it matters. These LLMs.txt sites, they show systems exactly where to look on your site. So if you don't know and you want a lot more of a roadmap, scan that QR code now and you can see it there. You can also talk to your paid performance teams, your PPC teams. Ask them to pull your non-branded organic trends for like the last 18 months or so. If it's declining, while your revenue is holding, your paid media could be masking a problem. And the worst thing is you could be ending up filling up this hole and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger because your revenue is masking that it's looking fine until it doesn't. And by the time you notice, it's much harder to fill. So the pattern that should be making you feel uncomfortable if you see this in your site and in your company, if your organic is declining and your paid is holding, but your customer growth is maybe quietly softening or stable, then AI search is probably that gap that nobody's named yet, because it's not in your weekly reports, it's not in your slide decks, your board decks, but it is quietly happening in the background. So you can take this to your team, take this to your leadership, take this to whoever, but you also need an AI share a voice baseline before you can start to explain why maybe there's a drop. So I'll share a 10-minute audit at the end of the slides. Just take a picture of that, put a date on it, and do it again in 30 days. That will be your baseline. And right now, if you don't have one, you probably don't have one. And in AI search, that's a risk that you probably don't know that you're carrying. And I'm sure that there's a lot of solopreneurs and agencies out here. So you are actually quite a bit more agile than a bigger marketing team. So that's good, pros and cons. In addition to doing the rest of everything that I just said by yourself, start by owning one topic completely. Be the most thorough answer on the internet for that question. And think about the questions that your client always asks. Not broad, not comprehensive, but one question, definitively answered. That's a citable asset. And don't forget about your clients too. Audit your clients the way that you would audit yourself. Their copy, their socials, their Reddit presence. They're almost certainly saying different things on each of those things, and that's that incoherence problem that I was talking about, but it's also your billable work. Your personal brand is an authority signal. Your LinkedIn, your Reddit answers, your YouTube appearances, they're not separate strategies. They're one signal distributed. So show up consistently enough so that these machines start to trust you, and more importantly, so that the humans do. Okay, so we've been through some of the tactics, so let me show you what it kind of looks like when it starts to work, so you know it's working. You remember that like fragmented thing that I showed you earlier about affiliates saying one thing, YouTube saying blah, 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 and AI hands you something that says, it depends, the bad cocktail, I think is what I called it. The opposite of that is a good cocktail. It's agave, and I'll explain this. It's my favorite place for a margarita in Lithuania. And what makes agave work is everywhere you look. Google Maps, Instagram, every person that's ever been there, they're all saying the same thing. Best margaritas in Kaunas, no debate. So when someone opens up ChatGPT or whatever AI search that they're using and says, where do I get the best margarita? It's not, it depends on the mood, Emma. It's agave. That's a house cocktail. The one answer that everyone agrees is yours. Not the most content or the loudest present content, just everywhere that matters, consistently pointing to the same truth. Be that for your category, be that margarita. I want you to do one thing. Actually, I told you to do quite a few things. So one more thing, but not this week, maybe Monday, like when you get away from all of this fun that we're having. Open up ChatGPT and Perplexity and Gemini and Google AIOs and type in 5 questions that your customers ask the most. See if your brand shows up. See who's getting cited instead of you. And ask yourself, what do they have that I don't? A Reddit thread, a press mention, a YouTube video. Really search your category and dig into that. Then ask the AIs to describe your brand or your company in a full sentence. Is it accurate? Is it consistent across all the different platforms? Is it confident, or does it hedge with this, it depends on the situation again? This is a very clear sign that it doesn't understand what you are an authority in. Then put it in a spreadsheet. Spreadsheet, love language, and set a monthly reminder to do this again. And I say monthly reminder because without it, it's just a one-off, and you need to create a habit. Like I said at the beginning, this is a space that is moving so fast that it's going to be the only habit that helps you keep ahead. So Monday, set it, do it. One last thing. I really liked the way that a colleague of mine, Deji, said when she's talking about changing a mindset. Shout out to her, because I think she's watching. So for 20-some years, we've optimized for a ladder. And if you climb high enough, people will find you. One platform, one algorithm, one set of rules to rule them all. And it worked until it didn't. And until AI started answering the questions before anyone clicked. and until your customers started asking Reddit instead of you, or asking TikTok and ChatGPT before they even typed or even got to your URL. The ladder didn't break, though, but it was never the whole map. Your customers don't live on a ladder. They live on a map. It's messy, it's nonlinear, multi-platform type of questions asked at different times and different places and different voices. And somewhere on that map, right now, someone is asking a question that your brand or your company could be answering and should be answering. Whether they find you depends on whether your entire company, not just your SEO teams, is on that map with them. Remember, it's everybody's job, 85%. So if you take one photo, make it this one. You've got 3 things. No garnishes. Oh, I saw so many phones go up. Okay, nice. Number 1, if you are not in Google's index, sorry, but you don't exist in AI answers. These fundamentals still matter. SEO is not dead, okay? Number 2, coherence across platforms will always beat volume on just one. You need that same truth, many voices, and this consistency over time. And the last one is be the house cocktail in your category. The one answer that everyone agrees is yours. Be your margarita. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emma. So unfortunately, we don't have time to dance or do Q&A. Okay, you can dance. But I'm pretty sure you'll be at the hosting your booth today and tomorrow.
And tomorrow,
so?
yes.
Fantastic. So if you have any questions, and I can imagine, because there was a lot in your presentation.
Or you're welcome.
So make sure you make your way to the hosting your booth and find Emma, and she'll be happy to answer your questions.
Yes, thank you.
On behalf of the organizers, I want to thank you very much for speaking here today. If you think, I want to see more of Emma, well, hosting her booth, but also tomorrow as an MC in this track, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can come back and she'll be on stage again. For now, we have a short break, and I see you back in about 12 minutes. Audio, yes, that worked. See the magic hand wave, it's fantastic. The tech crew in this building is absolutely phenomenal today. So it's a great pleasure to work with them. I've been your MC this afternoon. My name is Taco Verdonschot, and as of yesterday, I work with Your Online. Woo! Yeah, it's so much fun. And we're here for the final session of today in track 1. Now, if you've been here in this afternoon already, you know what I'm going to say, because if you're not in the first 10 rows, but you're in the back, please make your way forward. It makes for a much nicer picture for the speakers if the front rows are filled instead of all of you hiding in the back. So if you're currently in the back and you can, please get up, come down, let's fill the seats here in front. Now, if you're in a row that has a lot of empty seats in the middle and you're sitting on the outsides, please move to the center so that people coming later also have a place to sit and they don't have to go lap by lap by lap, dance all the way to the center of the row. So scoot in a little bit, make sure that there's no empty spaces in the middle, keep those seats on the edges free. And if you're in the back, please move forward so that we have a nicely filled room here in the front. That's the nicest for our speakers and also for our amazing photographers. Now, we have live captioning this event. And if you need the live captioning or if you want to use the live captioning, there's a QR code to scan. Haha! And please use your earbuds when using it so that you can enjoy the live translation. And there's the captioning on the side as well, of course. Now, we have a few more minutes before we start. And this will be a panel session, so it's a slightly different setup than we've had in this room so far. What I will do is do a very brief introduction of all the panelists, and then I'll move off stage and leave it to the panel's host to host the entire panel. Now, I'm not sure if there will be room for Q&A because they have a lot of valuable content to share between the 5 of them. But if there is, and you're thinking about asking a question, please make sure that you're in this section of the room. The mics are in front, over there, and you're not allowed to jump from the balcony to get here. So if you're in the balcony and you're thinking about maybe asking a question, if there is time for it, please make your way down. You have about a minute, so you have to be fast. Okay. With that, oh, this is perfect. Now we have 4 mics, we have 5 mics, 4 mics. Perfect. Okay, so let me get started. Last session of today is the panel on SEO. What does the future of SEO look like? Now, I have to do the speakers in order. See, they're in this order on the screen, and it would be highly annoying for you if I would place them in a different order on the seats, because then you don't know who's who anymore, and all your pictures get distorted, and your AI doesn't understand what you've been looking at. So that's why we'll do it in order. And the first panelist that I get to introduce is a content strategist and SEO at Melograno Ventures, where she blends storytelling, data, and search strategy to help WordPress brands stay visible as search keeps evolving. Please welcome Giovanna. Our second panelist runs a digital marketing agency in Santiago de Compostela in Spain, specializing in SEO and WordPress development. He's been navigating Google updates since 2015 and describes himself as an AI enthusiast who believes AI is one of the biggest challenges in the SEO industry has ever faced. So please welcome David. And it's my personal honor to call to the stage a great friend and a former colleague. He's principal SEO at Yoast, the SEO plugin with over 13 million installs, where he focuses on product innovation and brand authority. He co-founded the agency Firecask and brings 20 years of technical SEO and WordPress experience to the stage. Please welcome Alex Moss. Then, she is not just the founder and president of PAM Marketing, but also the founder of Stealth Search and Analytics, PAM AI, and Contelevate.ai. She has over 2 decades of experience in SEO, PPC, and AI-driven search. Put your hands together for Pam. And last but not least, our moderator is a marketing strategist and entrepreneur from Poland. He spent his career building brands that cut through noise, and who's currently building tools specifically for the intersection of SEO and AI. He'll be guiding a conversation with our 4 panelists, and they all live and breathe search visibility for a living. So please welcome Kasper.
Right, thank you for a very warm welcoming. Such a nice conference, such a great community. Let's start, guys. You ready? I think there is an elephant in the room, kind of. Of course, everyone's already said that. AI, right? We are all here. We all love WordPress. We are all in this together. But it changes a lot. I mean, recently Google announced, kind of officially, that they are not moving completely from blue links, but they are focusing much more on generative answers and AI search. What does it change for the WordPress users, and what does it change for our SEO community? Alex, maybe?
I mean, you say it's an elephant in the room, but right now, some answers might say it's a woolly mammoth, right? And they might give you a bit of hallucination of what's kind of there, but not. I mean, as an SEO, I don't know, it's the same stuff, different technology. It's just something different that's ingesting content, information, and data to synthesize back to us. In reality, I don't think there's too much dramatic change that we need to do. If anything, I think we should take a step back. And back in the day before AI, I used to say in other talks, the more you think about SEO, the less you should be doing that thing. And I think now, you know, scaling content's a really good example. Like, if you think for 1 second, if you're questioning how much to scale, you shouldn't be doing it. And if anything, you should be just doing, as Google say, unique quality, non-commodity content intended for humans. Agents know that they're not the end user, they're just a gateway to the end user, which is the human. So it still has to adhere to some of those rules. That's my opinion, is that we should be thinking, obviously, about all the different things that are changing, and Emma went through quite a lot of that before, but like she said, don't just jump on one thing and go all in just because there's one report that says Reddit's quite popular. That doesn't mean that, you know, stop everything, let's do Reddit now for the next 3 months, and 1 month in, it's now a LinkedIn focus. If anything, there to me, it's just a social media marketing channel, and we should have been doing that before LLMs were even around. So yeah, do the same stuff, but still focus on what that gatekeeping really means.
All right, pretty optimistic view. Anyone have a more pessimistic? Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry to disagree with some parts. I think that SEO have changed a lot. It's true that GEO, no, is the new SEO and is the same. No, what I think is that it's same things to do, but in different proportion. But the way of work, I think, is really changed. Basically, I think that till now, content was king, and now user is really king. They have been years telling that user is king, but content was king. But now, I think the king is really the user with AI. And we cannot do the same type of content. We cannot do because Google have been telling us years that the type of content we need to do, but still we can do the typical SEO content and it's working. But now it's not like that. Now the AI is really making the important content to work. No, is what I think about it.
Standards have just gone higher, right? Mediocre content is going to be a thing of the past, and I can't wait for it.
Okay, ladies, anything to say about it? Like, maybe let's also, for those who don't know, like, distinguish what is the difference between classic SEO and the new version of the SEO, GEO. Giovanna?
Well, how I see it is that basically, more or less, we are now not looking at SEO in isolation anymore. I feel that before SEO teams and SEO specialists were like really looking like niche things and looking to SEO like just one part of the puzzle, and they were not looking the entire picture of marketing. And today, I believe that in order to do good SEO, GEO, or whatever, and be included in AI-generated answers, you need to look at SEO and marketing as a whole. So you need to approach it as like a brand strategy, product marketing, SEO tactics we were already using, but just like upgraded on much higher level. And that I am very optimistic about that, because that makes me happy, because SEO is finally getting the place it deserves. It's much more quality. It's going to become.
Yes, I think so too. And as you said, like it means it's more holistic, right? The SEO is kind of gonna be, will have to work together with marketing. I'm not gonna say for the first time, but usually it was kind of separated departments. I think it's so important that now those departments are working together, right? And okay, so what you're suggesting, right, is that a little bit change of the strategy, maybe more holistic, more also appearing more in the social media, Google Maps even, right? Palm as well, maybe?
I agree completely. I think that, well, first of all, everyone's like, SEO is changing. I've always said, it always changes a lot, but I've always said I prefer not to say that it changes, it just evolves. And there's new layers on top to tend to. That's just always happened over the years. This one was a big new layer. There's a lot of new stuff to tend to. But so as far as the SEO, GEO thing, I think of SEO as the foundation and GEO as the new layer on top, like the new icing on the cake. And there's some things that we have to do differently with content, namely structuring content for machine digestibility. But the other, and I think biggest part of that new layer is the branding. Because if you think about it, we used to optimize for traffic, and well, we still do. But when the user doesn't have to do the click to find the information and synthesize the information themselves, when the AI is doing that for them, we're really not chasing, or shouldn't be chasing the clicks as much anymore. We should be chasing the citation, the being recommended by the AI summary of the information that's out there. And that's where it gets so much broader, like she was saying with the branding. Like my thing I'm telling everyone now is like, brand is the new backlink. Like that is what really you need to think about. And it is hard for us as SEOs because we're not branding specialists. We have to bring those branding specialists in, right? Or become a bit of a branding specialist ourselves to point people in the right direction. But branding is just such a bigger thing, and it's about awareness building, and that's what you need to do to get the AIs to recommend your brand. And the good news is everyone's sad about the loss of traffic, but the good news is that study after study after study is showing that the traffic that you do get from AI, if someone really does dig into that citation and click it, it converts at so much higher of a rate because the AI pre-vetted your brand already. But so that's where the branding comes in, and is not too easy for us. But right. We'll just become more an integrated marketing approach, like as was said, perhaps it should have already been.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for sure, definitely. But then, okay, let's give some raw value to our great community. What actually it means? Okay, branding. Like, what a business owner with a shop set up on their WordPress page should do now to have a chance to be appearing in the AI. Go ahead.
Maybe part of our job now is to increase accuracy via data integrity, not just with content, but what's underlying as well. So structured data, anything to do with entities, that kind of thing. The more that there is potential to be a hallucination, the more that that hallucination can snowball and end up with actually an answer that is not accurate. The more that we are accurate, the less work it has to do as well, the less tokens it uses, the happier it will be to choosing you over something else. I think it's maybe in comparison to a slow loading website. You know, we don't have patience to let that page load. We would prefer to have a faster website so that we can do things faster. This is kind of the same thing in terms of the data that it's ingesting.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. I had a customer who was complaining that AI keep telling that his company is like 15 years old, even though he's been running this business for like 20 few years. It's like, this is, where did they get from this information? I found it. It was right on his blog post, somewhere down there, when they say, we are running business already for 15 years. And AI, 10 years past, AI is now telling everyone this is a 10-year-old company. The owner, we found it, and now we are working slowly to fix it, right? Like, this is exactly the mistakes you were talking about. This is a very good point. Giovanna, I wanted to add something to this, right?
Yes, also I'd like to add that, again, product placement is a big thing now. If you are an SEO who is not that much into branding, you can consult a branding specialist, but each page, each strategic page nowadays should be very specific about what your product is, who can use it, what problems it solves, what features are the most important ones, and to offer some proof of the claims that you are doing what you are doing. So that's basically because if you would like to be found by and cited properly by AI, you need to feed that information to AI, and not just on your own content and pages, but also brand marketing, PR, external placements are really important, and you need to make sure that everything is consistent, because when AI pulls answers, you need that consistency. So when it answers to a prompt, it gives the most accurate answer.
Yeah, this is a very good point, right? Because like as a social media agencies, like usually we're optimizing for each platform, each different language, right? But this is actually kind of hurting us right now with the AI recommendations, yeah? Like, because we're supposed to be very direct and very clear on what our business is doing, not just looking cool on social media, yeah? David, you wanted to add something, right?
Yeah, I wanted to answer the question, no, what can we do? I think a classic on SEO, that is, it depends. Because I think the strategy changed a lot if you have a consolidated, good branded web page with authority, or you are starting, which is sometimes the main issue when you are starting is what can I do for being there? Because my services are commodity. What we need to run away with AI is to be the commodity. We need to be unique content. Our web pages need to be unique. If you are a brand, a good brand, you can be commodity because you are the first one anyway. But if you are small, you need to point to the unique content, something special you have, and also mix it with all your marketing. To be mentioning everything, you need to do something special, something very valuable to your customers, to your potential customers. And the typical SEO work, instead of doing it more for the agent, I think we need to go to the local SEO, to the pointing to get visits, the classic SEO content through local, through pointing very tight, and at the same time making unique content. Try to get the special, the viral, the social also, for getting that power, that brand that you are building. No?
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of unique content, I know it's tempting to just use ChatGPT, right, to generate your articles, posts, and everything, but this is not the best strategy, right, guys?
I was going to piggyback off of the unique content comment and say that one thing that everybody should be doing right now is listening to what Google told us to do when it updated its quality rater guidelines basically right after ChatGPT came out and people started flooding the internet with AI-generated content. they updated the quality rater guidelines, and I attempted to take a screenshot of every instance where they added the word experience, and I was trying to put it all on one slide, and I ran out of room. So it was like 40, I don't know, I lost count, around 40 or 50 times that the quality rater guidelines now reference experience, the new E, right? It was EAT, expertise, authoritativeness, trustworthiness that they've always told us to demonstrate in our content. And with that update, they added the new E, and now it's EEAT, and that new E is the experience. But I think that's being like grossly underinterpreted, or I don't know. They mentioned it a lot, but they didn't do a good job defining what they mean by that. And because I have clients who'll say like, well, what does that mean if I'm talking about my experience? I do. I have a byline at the bottom of every blog post that says my experience. I have done da-da-da for da-da-da years. Like, no, I don't think that's what they're going for. They're going for uniqueness in the content. So how do you add uniqueness into the content by talking about your human experiences that led to you getting your expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness? So I've been preaching to clients, talk about like times, places, events, things, projects that you did, like how did you get your experience? Specifically, where, when, and how did you get this expertise? What experiences led to the expertise? And that's where I think the uniqueness thing could be clarified a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, AI pays much more attention into to the author, I would say, right? Like compared to a classic SEO. Of course, like the website have to be great for the Google to show it up, but now also the author shouldn't be unverified. It should be a profile. Okay, who wrote this? You know, this is not just our company wrote this. No, this is an expert in our company who wrote this, right? Yeah, I think so. Alex, a question for you. Like, what plugin who we all love and use every day? What you as a company, what are you doing with this kind of like changing world order, I would say, in the SEO?
Treading carefully. What I don't want us to do is go gung-ho, kind of like the Reddit situation, and just going, they've said this, so we must do this immediately. I think the dust is nowhere near settled on this whole ecosystem. So I think it's a bit risky just to do things just because someone said it this week, and to see if there's actually a use case for it. But also, Yoast is about, you know, the good of the web as well. So while some things may not be, you know, hugely adopted, for example, or widespread or globally adopted with all the platforms, it's still something that may be a good proposal to the web that may help. In like NL Web was a good example of that. You know, aggregating schema into one endpoint. It's just making things a bit more efficient, right? For an agent to look at things. That's not to say they've all adopted this just because we did it, but it's a good proposal out there, and we've got, you know, over 10 million sites that can do that. And again, it's not opt-in. If we use llms.txt as an example, that was opt-in, not opt-out. And I know that other unnamed plugins have done that, and other platforms have done that and changed their minds, and again, been a bit wishy-washy and non-consistent. I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing, because it isn't just 100 sites that, you know, we can potentially power. It's millions, and we want to be careful with that.
Yeah, yeah. No, that this is the right answer. I wanted to hear that because I am using your your plugin. So yes, I think this is actually a pretty good point, because we all kind of like see this on TikToks and Reddit, like these tricks, you know, how to trick AI to show me somewhere. And I think it's pretty tempting for us as a business owners to like kind of like, you know, buy used Reddit accounts and then, you know, or Quora and play with this. Guys, does it work? Does it gonna make more harm than good? What's the opinion? Giovanna, go ahead.
The thing I like the most about recent changes is that the fact that it is getting increasingly hard to trick the system. And you shouldn't do that. I mean, I was against it even 10 years ago, when it was like every SEO was just looking for shortcuts and things to do to, you know, trick the user, trick the system. And I think that's a really, really bad thing to do. It was before, it's even worse now. So you just need to do SEO right. Do quality SEO. Do not try to trick the system. Invest time, invest resources, do things at a higher level, pay attention to what the user wants to read, to see, pay attention to your product, to your marketing in general, and the results will be there because, as I think Alex said, or Pam, the quality of traffic today, if you are doing things right, yes, the traffic is much less than it was before, but the quality of traffic, the quality of leads you get or conversions, it's much greater today than it was before. So, yeah.
I want to encourage people to think about the Reddit thing a little bit more, like why is that considered a hack? Well, think about it related as it relates to what we were saying before about unique content, talking about human experience. Reddit is threads full of human experience. They're real humans talking about their real experiences. Why do you think AI likes that so much? AI is engineered to trace information to original sources, not to play a game of telephone by resynthesizing other synthesized answers. It's hunting for that uniqueness of humans sharing their experience. So why does Reddit work so well? I think that's why. And you don't need to buy used Reddit accounts and do it like the hack way. Just do it in your own content.
Exactly.
Go ahead, David.
I think that some tricks are there, and you cannot use it too much. But there is a point in the tricks. I was talking before about SEO with in Google Spot with Daniel Sullivan. He was there. You need to follow him. It's important. And I was asking him about PR. Typical campaigns about, it's not link campaign, but it's brand campaign. Many times it's all links that are no follow, but that they are working very good positioning in the AI. And what about that? Because we'll also always have an official answer to this, like, no, don't use this, don't do this only for positioning reasons. But at the same time, when you are doing that, your brand is known by the people, and you can start, you are making a fake movement that is starting the real movement. So I think the tricks you cannot abuse, but you can use sometimes. Controlling.
Use responsibly. Very well. That's a good point. Okay, the panel is called The Future as SEO. I think we all universally agree that SEO is not dead. We are working on it. And okay, but that's now, and that's, let's say, in the next few years. But how about 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, 15 years even, right? Like, because Google is kind of openly suggesting that they will be promoting the AI answers over the links. Do you guys think that at some point we're not gonna have the blue links?
100%.
Definitely not.
Yeah,
They're going.
Yes, they're dying.
Consider them dead already.
Okay, okay. Any different opinions down there?
No, I agree completely. That was an easy question.
Blue links forever.
More futuristic outlook, I think, is that right now humans still click and go to websites, whether it's through 10 blue links or through the citations. That's because the AI overview is just generative AI, it's just generating a summary. But agentic AI is when the AI does things for you, right? And I think that's the next big wave, is your AI agent is gonna go look at all the websites and compare all the options, and then you just tell it, oh yeah, I like the sound of that one, go buy that for me. And it's gonna go buy it for you. I mean, that's already happening with the whole UCP, I think it's called, the Universal Commerce Protocol, right? And the MCP is like, it's so the AIs can do things for you. So I think the 5-10 year outlook is humans don't go to websites anymore. Websites don't even need to look pretty anymore. They just need to be the transaction interface, basically the API for these agents.
It depends.
Okay.
It depends, because think of it about shopping. Me personally, if I go into a clothes shop and someone immediately walks up to me and goes, would you like any help? I'm in my head, I'm like, no, I can try clothes on. I've tried clothes on before. I know how to do it. I just want to be left alone. But maybe if I want to buy a car, I do want someone to approach me once I'm comfortable to do so. Right now, I would not purchase a car through an agentic platform, because it's it's a big investment. I want to know much more about it. Pair of shoes, yeah, it can buy it on my behalf, especially because it knows my shoe size, my preferences. It'll have context on previous clothes I've bought that may complement that thing. And that will all be, again, because of the way structured data is populated well, especially for Merchant Center. It'll know so much about things that I've bought and what's compatible with it. So again, it does depend. The role of websites, I personally, I believe, will change in the future. And it's 15 years, you were saying what's going to happen 15 years from now. Anyone who claims they know what's going to happen in 3 years is talking bull hockey and not to be trusted, because no one does. I mean, even in the last 24 hours, the Anthropic co-founder on BBC was like, I think we need to put the brakes on this technology. Like, even the guy who created Claude does not know what's going to happen in maybe months from now. Is that scary? I don't know. I personally think it's an opportunity. I think people like us are a bit valuable in the way that we were when social media first came out. I don't know if anyone was around for that or showing my age. Personally, I made the Facebook page for ITV, which is a national television station in the UK, because I'm the only one who had a Facebook account at that point. No one knew what the hell was going on. And that was a bit slower. Now everyone believes that they're the master of an LLM, which I don't believe is true, and they think that everything's a new way of doing things. And again, if you just step back and everything we've all said now, it's all been around for 10, 20, 30, 50 years, you know, before the internet existed. This is all word of mouth, right? Link building is just third-party perspectives. That's all it is. Just a new bit of technology to feed into, just to be, again, accurate, honest.
It's true, but it's always fun to guess, no? Any guesses there?
One thing about that, I think that is true. You are not going to buy a car through the agent. The agent is not going to buy for you, but the agent will make your path, your schedule, everything, your appointments, and you will have in your calendar where to go to talk about the car.
Oh, of course.
So, the links are not there.
Oh, no, of course, and that's where things like WebMCP will be very useful to do those things. Again, agentically, it'll know all my details and be able to put that appointment automatically, which will be very nice, but I still want to see it with my own eyes, or maybe VR goggles, I don't know.
Yeah, and I agree completely that there are plenty of things that we as humans like to see for ourselves, and we like to verify them, especially if we are about to spend a lot of money or invest a lot of time, resources, emotion, whatever, in something. We need to see it, and for now, it looks like it will not be replaced. But I remember once AI generative answers appeared for the first time, people in the first 1 to 3 months, they were avoiding the answer. They were, a large amount of people were like, no, I don't want to read that. Some robot wrote that. I don't trust it enough to read it. In maybe 2 or 3 months, things changed drastically, and now everybody uses LLMs and reads AI overviews. So, yeah, we cannot be certain what the future will hold. Definitely.
Of course, we're all playing and guessing. I guess I am the only one who is buying stuff just because ChatGPT recommended me. Yeah. Okay. What about the measuring the results? Because I think this is a little bit of a challenge nowadays for us, as you all mentioned, that it dropped a little bit, right? The entrings on our websites. But then how can we measure mentions, right, of AI? Is there any tools that you particularly like or something that you would recommend?
Excel. Like, what's the bottom line? Why is the business there? What's the goal away from just SEO? What is the point? Because clicks may have brought in, say, 100 visitors and got you a 3% conversion rate, but maybe you only needed 20 visitors and you can still get a lot better conversion rate of those 3 conversions. It's, I think that was low-end traffic anyway, kind of like ranking from page 5 to 10 and reporting on that. What was the point in that? It's just a benchmark of something to improve. No one has ever gone, you know what, I went to page 6 and I liked you, and now I'm your customer. It didn't work that way. But again, it's going to be a bit relative over time, I think.
All right, so quality over quantity, and we are not dead yet. SEO is still well and alive. Guys, thank you so much for the panel. for your opinions, and yeah, hopefully see you next year.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Fantastic. You did a great job here. Yes, I'm coming from the other side. This is magic, right? So don't walk off just yet, because we have a little speaker gift over on this side. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for hosting the panel. Little gift from the organizers. I don't know what's in it, so that's a surprise. It may have been sourced using AI, I don't know. Thank you very much. And there's one for you as well. And there you are. Thank you so much for this lovely discussion. I think it could have gone on way longer, so maybe people can find you in the community booth today, tomorrow, around here. Please give him one more round of applause. All right, and that concludes track 1 for the first day of WordCamp Europe 2026. There is another day tomorrow, but for now, we'll almost let you go. If you see one of the volunteers in the red shirts, if you see one of the organizers in the blue shirts, if you see a photographer, please don't forget to say thank you, because their volunteering makes this event possible, together with our amazing sponsors who are in the halls on all floors. So make sure that you visit all of their booths. And I've said it before, only if you found the Cloud Linux booth, you've seen them all. So make sure to visit all the sponsor booths because they make this event possible. And of course, a big round of applause for yourselves, the best audience of WordCamp Europe today, here in track 1. Have a great evening, have fun in Kraków, and see you tomorrow morning for the very first session.